Dang, I need to shave for real, bro. What's good, my peeps? Calvin B back with another live stream for you guys today. Currently working from home, so I will be not looking at the camera. Uh, Today there's no video for today, just this live stream, and I may do a live stream later on today to kind of um make up for the lack of videos and live streams that I've been doing over the last couple of days, and also actually for the last 2 weeks. So that should be all good. Um, let's just go ahead and turn off this Zoom notification while we do this because I don't want anything. Goodness, this guy up here showing $100 million homes. I might do a live stream one day just looking at homes that I could have gotten uh, if I had enough money. But I feel pretty good about the house that I have now. But let's go ahead and do the sound check. I don't even know what the sound check for this live stream, and I think that should be good right there. Let's go ahead and do this sound check. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. There we go. All right. So this live stream is not gonna be I don't think is gonna be that serious, but I feel like it's a pretty interesting topic. Please don't tell me my internet went out again. Oh, jeez. Okay, never mind. It didn't. All right. I had an issue yesterday where my internet literally went out. Spectrum's internet system had went out, so um, I had lost service. I guess a lot of people in my area lost service too, but I lost service while in the middle of work, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, come on! I don't want to have to take off time because the internet went off." But this live stream is going to be more so about just like some memories that I had on Facebook that I found pretty interesting. Let me go ahead and share this on Facebook and everything. Let's see. All right. Share that on Facebook and share that on Twitter. Boom. All right. So I am gonna be working while I do this live stream, just so I won't be I won't be getting in trouble for this. But like, I'm just working two jobs right now, basically working two jobs right now. You know what I'm saying? It just so happened that with one of the jobs, I'm not really getting paid for, but it's all good though. But this live stream is mainly going to be about like an epiphany I had. And I kind of like felt like it was necessary to share mainly because I think it could help a lot of people realize some things and make people see that sometimes you got to look at it in a different way. You know what I mean? So on Facebook, one of the memories that I had And I'll go back and look. Boom, boom. I'm gonna just be working right quick because I don't wanna I don't want it to look like I'm not working and nothing like that. Boom. But one of the memories that I had on Facebook, it was pretty interesting because it was like a while ago. Memories. It says, truth is like black coffee. Not many people can handle it. It only takes one action to begin to define you. Yes, we are humanly flawed, but we are given choices. You choose how you choose, but be wary of consequences that come from those choices. I therefore say that I prefer black coffee than coffee with two creams and four sugars. And I found that to be profound because over the years I've experienced it where sometimes I had to see the truth in things that really I me personally I did not agree with, and I didn't really want to see that truth. Like I tried to convince myself. I tried to sugarcoat it. I tried to put two creams and four sugars in my coffee because I did not want to see the truth. I did not want to drink the black coffee, so to say. Um, and I feel like sometimes you got to drink the black coffee in order to just like really experience things for what it truly is. A lot of people like things to be sugar coated for them because they don't really want to have to deal with the truth. But it is what it is. One of the things that I recently had to deal with, um, and I guess you could kind of tell from all of the things that have been going on and all the things that I've been live streaming and stuff like that. But before we go ahead and get into this live stream, guys, make sure you slap a like on the live stream. Make sure you go ahead and subscribe for more content because more content is coming soon. And like I said, I may be doing another live stream uh, later on today. I just have to get the stuff ready. And I wanted to pre-record this, but I was just like, well, I might as well go ahead and do a live stream just to test out the format for the live stream that I want to do. Um, and also, if you guys don't know, if you see this in the background, that little griddle, that's what the live stream is going to be about. It's not going to ruin the live stream, but it's basically going to be a cooking live stream. And hopefully I have enough resources to actually do this. But yeah, one of the also turn on those post notifications so you don't miss out on any of the videos that I got coming out. um and I'm staying on schedule. But basically, one of the truths that I had to deal with over the last, I would say, couple of months is the fact that um, I am like, uh, so to say, I'm alone right now, right? Um, in the sense of like I'm not with any. Basically, I'm single, right? I'm not with anybody. I don't have any obligations to anybody, right? And after the whole breakup, splitting apart from Monique and everything like that, I had trouble, and like I said, this may be able to help other people, but I had trouble with um being alone with my thoughts, my emotions, and everything that I got, right? I had trouble coping with that mainly because I was so used to being with somebody else. I was used to being around someone else that I was never used to being by myself. I was never used to being alone with my thoughts and being alone with my emotions, except for like the last couple of months of that whole thing. But basically, I realized, like, I came to realize, and I kept avoiding the black coffee, so to say, because I didn't want to face the whole situation, right? I didn't want to face the whole situation mainly because, like, it was just hard. Like, it's scary going from, um, you know, being around people, having people around you and stuff like that. Come on. Having people around you and stuff like that to being by yourself. Like it was exhilarating, of course. Like the initial pump was exhilarating and it was crazy good, and I was just like super excited about it. But then after a while, it just got like, so to say, boring. It got to the point where I was like, okay, woohoo, by myself. I'm in this environment by myself. I'm, peaceful and all that stuff. But what about, like, when it comes to social interaction? Even if it was negative, even if it was positive, even if it was whatever it was, I realized that it was still social interaction. I still had some type of interaction, but now I'm by myself. There's no social interaction. It's like quiet. Is you know, it's silence. And when you feel that silence and you hear that silence for a long time, it's like being in solitary confinement. It kind of drives you crazy a little bit, right? And I went through this whole period of uh feeling sad and depressed and stuff like that, like, oh well, I have all this stuff, but who do I have to share it with and stuff like that. And then I tried different things, such as, like trying to find other people to hang out, trying to, do other things and trying to expand my horizons, as opposed to just sitting here by myself and not really doing anything. And like some of those things really didn't work out. Some of those things did work out. Like the party that I had this past weekend for my birthday, that was a huge, great turnout. That was a great turnout right there. And that was something that, like, I really, really did need, even though, like, financially it was kind of like, uh it was financially draining, right? Because I'm here by myself, I'm paying for all these bills and I'm doing all this stuff by myself. So of course, having to buy food and buy, like, I literally bought some folding tables and stuff like that, because I didn't want to spend like $175 just to rent um some tables and some chairs for a day, right? So I just went ahead and bought the stuff, and then it was a good time. It was a good time, like, and literally the whole I had a video plan for like a house tour or whatever. It was like my cousin Destiny, she was recording and she was like, playing around with the camera and everything like that. And she decided to go ahead and record like a little house tour, right? She wanted me to show off the house and she wanted me to kind of like put it out there. And I was like, yeah, I was thinking about doing it anyway, but I just never got around to doing it. So um, she recorded the whole thing and it was pretty good. And, we had two parts to it and everything. And then I went to go and transfer it to my computer. And then next thing you know, the files got corrupted. So if you guys did not see that, I did post something about it on the community tab. You guys can follow me on the community tab to find out if there is a video coming out Wednesday, or if there's any certain ideas that I have that I'm thinking about doing. But yeah, so like with this whole thing, like after the party and everything like that, I kind of realized that I had to be alone for a while to in essence see my true potential, to see like really what I had going on, right? Because like before, I was so focused on like trying to find somebody to, to be around and to find, you know, a way to have that social interaction, which I kind of sort of do with going into the office and everything like that. I have the option to go into the office. Um, but with that, like, it's just like normal. I'm having to come back here and I'm still alone. So I had to realize, and I finally drunk the black coffee, so to say, which actually I do have some coffee here, which I need to drink before it gets cold. Um, oh shoot. And I got some honey here. Of course, like, I'm not talking in this sense, I'm not talking about like uh right now because I'm trying to get rid of this honey because I had like this honey for a couple of months and it's still good, but like like I need to use it up because it's just sitting around. And I figure why not just go ahead and drink the coffee because I got a crap ton of coffee and tea, but I just haven't really been drinking it lately. I've been trying to stay on water and also stay off soda. But after the party, I had like a crap ton. I had a refrigerator full of um of sodas and stuff like that, sodas and beer and all that stuff. But I needed to get off that. So I don't know. Like for me, like once I drunk like 5 sodas last night for some reason, and I generally stay on water, and I generally like don't even touch soda, but I figure it's in my refrigerator, so I might as well go ahead and drink it. And there we go. But I'm not talking about this coffee here because this coffee, of course, I got the gold mug. You know what I'm saying? The golden age, year of the golden age. Okay. Um, anyway, still black, little sweet, still bitter. I love black coffee. Like I rarely ever put sugar in it, and like every time, like I used to think, um, like I had this. I wouldn't say that we were friends, so to say, but I used to know this person who always drunk black coffee, and like before, like I was never a fan of coffee. Like even I did a video or a review on Patron XO Cafe, the coffee blend for Patron, and like even then I was never a fan of coffee, but like I always thought about like why do people drink black coffee? Like what benefits does it have? And like I never realized it, but then I kind of put it into perspective. Like in my mind, I was like, well, the first time that I ever started drinking coffee, like on a real note, is when I went to Florida for like call center training, and I was just like, well, you know what, go to a different city, do something different, be a little, be a, I wouldn't say be a different person, but like I was like, just you know it's no tea. I mean, there's like, apple juice and orange juice and all that stuff at the hotel. And I was just like, well, let me just go ahead and get this cup of black coffee. And I was like, well, it is what it is. So I started drinking coffee, but ever since then, I've always drunk like black coffee and I've always loved like the bold, strong black coffee. Um, but but yeah, like that's the truth that I had to deal with recently, with this whole being alone and living by myself stuff. Like I've never been used to living by myself. I've never had the opportunity to do so. I always had that social interaction in my environment, and now with there being no social interaction within my environment, unless like people agree to be in that little social environment, even just for a little bit. I came to realize that I'm able to do it. I had to see what it was like to be by myself to realize my true potential. And I feel as though um I feel as though that's a good thing, right? Even so, like with this whole coronavirus going around, and like shutting down everything, and people being more cautious than they usually are, um, it feels a little different, and I guess it could translate into different areas of different people's life. Like I wanted to share this because maybe somebody's going through the same thing where they feel like they're alone and they don't have, that social interaction. And it mainly is all about the mentality of things, and also like how you cope with things, right? Because right now, like everybody's going through this whole phase of being trapped, or so to say, like stuck in a specific place where they feel like, they need to get out and they need to do different things and they need to experience like the outside world again. Like, right now, everybody's in that situation. So it's all about mentality, and it's all about, you know, really how you cope with things and how you see things, right? You got to have that specific mindset. um if you're dealing with it, right, if you're dealing with that isolation and you're living alone and you feel like you need somebody to talk to, then, you know find somebody to talk to. Like you could watch uh videos, you could chat with people, even with the live streams and stuff like that. I like to make it so if you have any questions or you want to talk about anything, just leave it in the live chat. Just you know leave it in the comments, and I'm down to talk. I need that social interaction also, because like I'm a social person, like I'm a Leo. So Leos, they need that social interaction. If Leos don't have that social interaction, then like they go crazy. Like their mood just changes all over the place. But like I've learned that sometimes you just gotta ride solo. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do things solo. And this whole experience is changing my perspective on things, and it's making me feel a little bit more comfortable with um doing things solo and being like alone. Like I'm not feeling as sad or depressed. Like I feel more energized. I feel more like motivated, because like I don't feel like I need that validation from the social interaction, right? Like, you know, I feel like I can do things a little bit more freely. Well, of course I can do things more freely, but like I can do things without having to feel like, oh well, what is the outside gonna think, or what is like other people gonna think, and all that stuff like that, right? Or like I don't necessarily have to work around, other people's schedule. And I was so used to doing that. I was so used to working around other people's schedules that it kind of threw me through a loop. And I was like, well, I can do it when I want to, but like, and I was just kind of stuck in that mode. Like, okay, well, like, is everything right? I don't know, but hey, that's just me. That's just me. I'm up here rambling on and stuff like that. Hopefully, you guys are having a great day. If you got any questions or you got anything you want to say, just leave it in the live chat, leave it in the comments, and mm, make sure you be brilliant, stay inspired. I'm not ending the live stream or whatever, but just saying, make sure you feel a little good. You know what I'm saying? Um, but yeah, working from home is pretty cool. I like working from home. It's a little bit more relaxed. It's not as tense as it is in the office. Even though, like in the office, there are some perks to working in the office. Fortunately, I'm able to work from home. So I feel good about that. And yeah, all right, that's good right there. But I may like do some research and see like different ways people can do stuff from home to kind of make money and stuff like that. Um I remember doing a video like I think it was in 2018 or 20 it was some year where I did a video like five different ways to make money at home. I think it was like 2018 or 2017 or 2018 or something like that. But I don't know. Like like my mind is changing. I feel so good, right? Another memory that I had on my Facebook was from last year on my birthday because last year like on my birthday, I think my birthday was on a Thursday last year. And we ended up having the party on the 26th, 27th. I think it was either the 27th. Yeah, it was the 27th because the 27th was no, no, it wasn't the 27th. Um 25th was on Friday, 26th. It was the 26th. It was the 26th, but for some reason I posted like all my photos and stuff like that on Facebook on that next Monday. Maybe because I was just like to up, uh, but one of the memories was of me and my dad. We had took a picture for like my birthday picture and everything like that. I was taking pictures with everybody, and like one of the truths that I had to come to terms with over the last year or so is like, of course, like it's just not me, right? Like it's all my brothers, but I came to the realization that you only get one dad, and for me, it kind of like there was a period in time where like we did not have the best relationship, you know. Um, of course, everybody makes mistakes, and everybody uh, kind of deals with things differently, right? But I was always the type of person that gave people second chances. Of course, like that was my problem. I was too nice with people. I was I was too forgiving for people. And like in some situations it helped me, and some situations it worked out good for me, but some situations it did not. Um of course, like with the not getting off topic because I don't want to ramble on, but um with my previous relationship, of course, I was just too nice, was too generous, gave too many chances. I should have been done a long time ago, but I just wanted to work things out, and I wanted to be the good guy, and I wanted to be, the good person in the situation. But of course, that did not work out for me, and I ended up having to go through uh, the whole ordeal that I went through, and I had to learn the lessons that I learned because I was just too nice. I was too forgiving. Gave too many chances, and I had to learn from that. Right? I had to learn from that. That was the truth that I had to learn from that situation. And of course, 10 years is a long time, and 10 years is a long time of holding off of drinking the black coffee. That's a long time for staying away from the black coffee, like literally and also figuratively. Like I had to learn the lessons that I learned the hard way. I had to accept the truth for what it truly was. I had to drink the black coffee in order to get to where I am now. But going back to what I was talking about before, like one of the memories on Facebook, I had to I had to realize that yeah, people made mistakes, and I, after going through that whole ordeal with the 10-year relationship that I had, I had to I had to be able to say, okay, well, certain people I can forgive, certain people I can't forgive, right? Certain people I gave way too many chances to, certain people I just you know, I didn't, I just was doing it all wrong, right? Because for everybody, even if I didn't give them a chance before, I was just like, you know what, fuck it, bam, you cut off, boom, you you just out of here, what I'm saying, I was mad at them and I was just upset and I was creating a whole lot of negative vibes within my life, trying to be this not good person, not so good person. Like I tried to be not I tried not to be a good person for a while and it was just creating a whole lot of bad energy. Um but I was just like, okay, well, for my dad, I understand he made mistakes and I understand that, he did the things that he did. He's not a horrible person. I don't want people to assume that just by me saying this. He's not a horrible person and he's not he's just a human being just like I'm a human being. He's made mistakes just like I've made mistakes. Like he's made amends for the mistakes that he has made. Like I have forgiven him, like my brothers may not have. They may have, but it all comes down to everybody's different. Everybody has their level of forgiveness. Like you could say, "Hey, well, I forgive you, but I'm just not going to deal with you." Or you can say, hey, I forgive you. Let's just throw everything that's in the past away. Let's forget about it. Well, not necessarily forget about it, but let's build on that. Let's build a better relationship for the future and everything like that. Right. So the truth that I had to come to terms with is that not everybody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes just like I make mistakes. And just because they make those mistakes, you know, it's okay to give them another chance. But if you it's not okay to give them way too many chances. It's not okay to be way too nice. It's not okay to let people run over you and take advantage of your kindness. But it's okay to give people a chance to redeem themselves, right? And if they prove to you, I had to learn that actions speak louder than words, right? Because I was so before I was so in that mode of trying to forgive people and being willing to forgive people, right? But within that whole mindset, I was always in the mindset of, oh, well, I can forgive this person. We can move on from this. Things will get better and all that stuff. But a lot of times people took advantage of that and they were like, well, oh, he's just going to give me another chance anyway. He's just going to give me another chance anyway. So I can continue to do what I'm doing. All I got to do is say sorry. All I got to do is just, say, oh, well, hey, I won't do it again. And then turn around and do it again. He's gonna forgive me anyway. So um, I had to come to terms with that truth, and I had to realize that sometimes you just got to be like, fuck it, no, you fucked up way too many times. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you any more chances. I'm not gonna tell you it's okay. I'm not going to try and justify your actions because that's what I was always doing. I was in the mood of being a good guy. Like I'm just touching my face all over the place. Oh my gosh. Um I was in the mode of trying to in that mode of giving people chances, in that mode of like trying to um justify the actions of other people, like, oh well, maybe they did it because of this and maybe they did it because of that, and then in that mindset justifying what they did made it okay. And that's just like a horrible way to do things. Like you should never, like if somebody does you wrong, if somebody um wrongs you, right? It's okay to say, okay, well, I forgive you the first time and be like, okay, well, you, depending on what they do, right? Like if they go and they like burn down your house, I don't know if you can forgive them. If you forgive them for burning down your house, like out of malicious intent, then hey, you're a good person. But like, what I'm saying, I might have to chop that person up or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I might have to burn down their house, right? Eye for an eye. No, let me stop. But like, if they wrong you and you forgive them and you're like, okay, well, maybe I understand why you did it, and maybe you just like felt a certain type of way and everything like that. That's you justifying what they did, right? That's you making what they did to you right. That's making what they did to you okay, right? If you continue to do that, if you continue to justify their actions even though it's wrong towards you, then they're going to normalize that and be like, well, okay, well, they have made it okay for me to do these things, so I'm going to continue to do it. And that's one of the truths that I had to deal with. Like, you can't continue to justify the actions that people do if it's wrong, right? Because then they're going to think it's okay, they're going to think it's right, right? So if it comes down to it, right, you gotta realize that are not going to people are gonna do what you allow them to do, right? And if you continue to give people chances, then they're gonna, like, some people are gonna take advantage of that. Some people are gonna realize, like, after they have done those things, they have that whole morality thing that kicks in, that's like, okay, well, uh yeah, that was wrong. Yeah, like what I did to this person was bad. Like they'll realize that, and they'll be like, well, I apologize, and they'll actually realize the error of their ways without you actually having to say anything, right? And if you say, okay, well, hey, you notice that they do it sincerely and they do it genuinely, and you give them another chance, that's okay. But if they're like, oh, well, my bad, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, like it just seems like it's not genuine, and it seems like it's not true, right? Then most of the time, 95% of the time, it's not, and like they've done that before, where they just like ingenuinely apologize to people just to get back on their good side, right? you know like for me, if I fuck up, like if I'm the type of person, like if I fuck up and I mess up, then I'm gonna apologize. I'm gonna come to you as a man, like I'm be like, look, I fucked up, right? I apologize. I'm gonna work on that, and I'll make sure that it doesn't happen again, and it won't happen again, because that's just me. Like when I sincerely apologize, or when I apologize, I do mean it most of the time. Like some people, like I'll apologize just to cut that off, right? Because I don't want to end things on a negative term where there's always negative energy coming from that person every time I see them, right? I apologize, clear the air with that, and then like if I have to cut them off, I'll cut them off, and I'll be like, okay, well, it is what it is. We just go our separate ways. Peace, right? And then from there, like whenever I see them, it won't be like a negative energy, like I apologize and everything like that. But I'll just be like, yeah, well, it is what it is. It's just like a blank emotion type thing, like, oh, hey, what's up? You know what I'm saying? That's about it. But like I said, that's just me. That's just me. But other than that, like, That's what it is. Like a lot of people just can't handle the truth of things, right? People don't want to face the truth because they feel like it's just gonna hurt them, and it's just gonna be life shattering and all that stuff, right? And those truths ultimately you got to come to confront them. You gotta confront them, because the longer you avoid the truth, truth is like a wall, right? You can't move a wall. It's gonna be there whether you like it or not. I mean, you could always tear down the wall, but tearing down the truth, what's the point of that? So all in all, like, I don't know. I don't know. Like for me, it's just like I feel pretty good about it. I feel pretty good about it. Like I'm on the road to like higher like I'm on the road to like becoming more mentally strong, more like becoming more of a what am I trying to say? Becoming more of like a uh I don't even know. I'm trying to be more like, you know, more out there, right? You know, more on the side of like mentally grounded, where I'm not so crazed in a sense where like all my emotions are all over the place. I'm trying to become more so of like controlled. Like, not controlled. That doesn't sound, I can't think of the word that I mean by it, but like I'm trying to be more like more ascendant. That's all I can say, right? I'm trying to be like have mental clarity. I'm trying to be more on the side of like, you know, not letting external things. I'm trying to have like internal peace, right? I'm trying to have internal peace where like I'm always receiving good energy, I'm always doing good, I'm always making progress, I'm always becoming a better person, I'm always doing things that's one better for me and also better for the people that I care about and the people that are around me that deserve it, right? And it's like sometimes you got to think outside of the box. You can't think in the norm. You can't think within like the whole realm of, oh, what does everybody else think? What does my mind, what do I want to see out of the world? Like, of course you can't cause the world to become what you want it to be. um I guess in a sense it's all about perception, right? If you perceive the truth as something horrible, then the truth will be something horrible. If you perceive the truth to be something freeing, to be something that you can handle and something that you can make to progress yourself and to build yourself, if you see the truth as that, then that'll be what it's gonna be, right? Um, actually, let me do this. So I try my best to kind of see things for what it is. I'm more so of a realist. I look at things in a real perspective, and I try and work with that to make my life a little bit better and to make the people around me a little bit better. Um, but being alone and being by myself kind of taught me that, you know, it not kind of, but it taught me how to be within myself, how to find happiness within myself, as opposed to finding happiness externally. Because when you find happiness within yourself, then you no longer need external forces to make you happy. you know specifically what to do to make yourself happy, right? But for those of you who choose to find happiness outside of yourself, right? There are people who um, do drugs to find happiness. There's people who drink to find happiness. There's people who go out and uh, you know have sex to find happiness. There's people who go out and go on adventures like hiking and go out, um, to different places and travel and just like write and like they find these external things that creates happiness for them, but without those things they become sad and depressed and they become like mentally closed off because they can't see within themselves to build that happiness, right? And it's not necessarily independence, right? That's not what I mean by finding happiness within yourself. Because even if you're independent, you could still feel that same way. Like I'm independent, but I still felt that same way for the last couple of months, right? But finding happiness within myself, maybe it's just like for once doing something that I want to do without having to consult anybody about it or tell anybody about it or just like I can do what I want, right? Because I choose to do what I want, right? If I choose to go out and build a garden and that makes me happy, then if I go out and build that garden, then I'm finding happiness within myself. Even though it's like an external thing, right? It's me fulfilling a desire that I feel is going to make me happy, right? If going outside and cutting down a tree for the first time makes me happy, then if I go outside and cut down a tree, then I'm finding happiness within myself because it's that desire within me, it's that passion within me that I see that is going to cause me to be happy, right? But if I'm going out saying, oh, well, I need somebody to be around me to be happy, then that's finding happiness in external things. That's finding happiness outside of myself, which in that sense, that's the truth that you got to confront, right? If you're doing things and you're finding external things to make you happy because it distracts you from being alone within yourself, being alone with your thoughts and your emotions, and being alone with, who you truly are, right? Because a lot of people, the reason why they feel so like distressed in that moment where they have to be by themselves or they need to find external or like the reason why they feel so distressed within themselves and being alone with their thoughts and emotions and feelings is because they don't know truly who they are. They don't know like what truly makes them happy. And that's the reason why some people they're so dependent on finding external happiness, like they're so dependent on that external source to create happiness for them, is because they just don't know who they truly are. They don't know what truly makes them happy. They're just using that because that's what they're used to. They're using that because in their mind, well, if if I can go out and find somebody who can make me happy, then I don't have to make myself happy, right? But then that caused a situation to arise where what happens when nobody wants to be around you? What happens when nobody wants to make you happy? What happens when everybody is looking out for themselves to make themselves happy and then you're stuck with yourself, right? You're stuck with your emotions, you're stuck with your thoughts, you're stuck with your feelings, right? When that happens, then you're stuck in a position where you're like, oh well, nobody cares about me, nobody wants to be around me, nobody, you know, feels a certain type of way. Like I be on Facebook and it just be crazy to see how many people like when they get out of relationships and when they get when they get in a position where they're by themselves, they start posting all this negativity, like, oh well, everybody else ain't shit, and the opposite sex ain't shit, and everybody's just a piece of crap, and nobody cares about me, and why God this and why God that, and you know I can't do this and I can't do that. I feel like I'm a horrible person. Like everybody's treating me like I'm, stupid, or like I'm wrong, or this and that. And then all that stems from you're not finding happiness within yourself. You're not, you're not creating that environment to where um, the things you do on your own time, the things that you do outside of everybody else. When I say outside of everybody else, is when you're in your room, when you're in your own house and nobody's there at all, right? And a lot of people can't understand this because they don't get it, right? They're like, oh well, yeah, I can be by myself. I can live on my own. You know, I'm not talking about like living on your own and then inviting people over because you feel like you need somebody there. I mean, currently during this quarantine and during this like whole health event crisis, you're by yourself. Like right now, I'm by myself, right? Like I don't have anybody here, and if it's the case where nobody wants to be over here and nobody wants to do anything with me, and I'm just stuck by myself, right? If the neighbors is going on vacation, like, cause I'm cool with the neighbors. They're pretty cool. I talk to them. They actually, uh, the my neighbor and his son, they came over to my party, and they had something to eat. They were listening to music. We actually played cards, and we had some cake and all that stuff. Right? They bought me a cake for my birthday, and that cake was delicious. Oh my gosh. But like they're pretty cool. Um, but like if like they're going on vacation and I'm just here by myself and there's nobody, like I think about like the whole scenario of what if you were the only person on Earth, you were the last person on Earth. Would you be able to survive mentally and emotionally, right? Like physically you could probably just like go and uh scrounge for some food and all that stuff. um but like mentally and emotionally, right? Would you be able to survive? Would you be able to um survive, right? Would you fall into depression? Would you feel sad all the time? Would you like eventually you'll get through that period of feeling sad and depressed and all that stuff, because you'll learn the habit of being by yourself mentally and emotionally. You'll learn how to not depend on external things to create happiness for you, right? Like if you were the last person on earth, eventually you would get to the point where like, oh, I want to go blow this building up because hey, there's nobody else here. You know what I'm saying? And you go blow up that building and you're like, oh shoot, that was pretty cool right there. I want to go swimming in the ocean. Well, still got sharks out there and stuff like that. Well, I guess in that sense, if there was like no animals or anything like that, or if there was, right, then like if you want to go swimming in the ocean, then you can do that. If you wanted to go streaking across the desert, then you can go streaking across the and you like find that happiness within yourself, and you're like, okay, well, what really makes me happy? And then you do those things and you find that happiness and you create that happiness for you. And then all of a sudden everybody else just like reappears on earth, and you're just so used to being by yourself that you become like this awkward person, like around people. You're not used to being around people, right? So in that sense, you got to find that balance of, right, before you start seeking the external happiness or things that make you happy externally. You got to realize that within yourself, you got to find that happiness. So that way, if nobody else is creating that happiness for you, you can create that happiness for yourself. and you don't necessarily have to depend on other people. That's you remove that dependency of external happiness, right? And once you realize this, like once you make yourself happy, once you learn how to make yourself happy, and you become more aware of how to make yourself happy, right? And then other people add on happiness to your happiness that you already provide to yourself, it feels way, 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 way better than it would as if someone else were to create that happiness for you, because in essence they have, like, if you allow people to create happiness for you, then they have the ability and they have the right to take that away anytime they want to, right? So if you have that happiness that you create for yourself, even if they take that away, it doesn't matter to you because you still have that happiness that you create for yourself, right? If you think about it how like think about it how like people who take like supplements, or like bodybuilders who take supplements, right? If they all of a sudden just stop taking that supplement, think about what would happen to them. Think about what would happen to them once they stop taking those supplements, and they still have the same routine, but they stop taking the supplements, right? What would happen to them? They won't gain as much. They won't be looking as buff as they usually do. They won't have like all the things that make their workout great, and they won't have the energy to do those workouts, right? Why is that? Because when you're adding external things to yourself, right? You begin to feel like, and this is what the body does also, you begin to feel like you don't need to create it, right? You feel like, oh well, I already have this stuff coming in, so I don't have to create it for myself because it's already coming in. But what happens when that gets cut off? Well, you go into shock. You go into shock and you're like, oh well, wow, like I gotta start creating it for myself. Like, but how do I do that? Like, where do I go from here? Like, you're just so like all over the place. You're so like so used to having that external thing, but now that it's cut off, you're like, where do I go from here? Like, what the world, you know? This is just like a brand new world, like a whole new world and all that stuff. Like what the world was that? I don't know, but but you get into that mindset of like, well, it's a whole new world that like, oh shoot. Hold on right quick. Sorry guys, I'm up here. There we go. All right. But you're like, it's a whole new world where like a whole new unexplored, undiscovered world where like uh I don't know what to do now. But once you start creating it for yourself, and then other people start adding on to it, right? Then you have like this abundance, right? You feel like way, way, way more up there, right? So I think mentally it does wonders to have that mindset to create happiness for yourself, and that's why a lot of people feel so bad when they get out of relationships or they like lose friends and stuff like that, because they truly don't see, right? They truly don't see um everything that could have been if they would have created that happiness for themselves, right? It's like um when people say you left me with nothing, right? And that's not shots towards anybody, but when people say you left me with nothing, it's not that I left you with nothing. It's the fact that you decided not to create something for yourself outside of me, right? Outside of me, outside of the happiness that I provide for people in my life, outside of like the things that I do genuinely, outside of the things that um, I feel strongly about, right? If you if you create things for yourself and you provide for yourself before you provide for anybody else, then you're not stuck in the situation where when that person leaves, like when that person leaves and that person decides to change their whole perspective in life and they decide to change their whole mindset and they just move on, from you, you even though they leave and they so to say take what they have, right, what they brought to the table, you will still have something when you create that for yourself outside of everybody else, right? When you create happiness outside of everybody else for yourself, then you'll have that regardless. No one can take that away from you. You will then be able to say that, well, you took what you took, right? You took what was yours, but I still have what is mine, right? You took what you took. So when you left, you took what you took because that's what you had, right? That's what you had. But even though you took what you had, I still have what I have, right? I still have what I built for myself. I still have the happiness that I created for myself. I still have whatever I still have whatever happiness and whatever I'm repeating myself, but I still have everything that I created for myself, everything that I built for myself, right? And for a long time I didn't create anything for myself until recently with building my finances and building my mental state, because like before I was just like a drone. Like I would just go through life like creating happiness for everybody else and giving and giving and giving, and my cup was always empty and I was always sad and depressed, like nobody cares about me unless I'm giving them something. Nobody cares about me unless I'm providing for them, right? And then because that's how it always was, right? I would always give out, give. And then like I would take occasionally, but I would be like in the mindset like I am now. Like I genuinely do things because one, it makes me happy, and two, it makes other people happy. Right. And I do that genuinely. That's always how I've always been. But I had to realize that, okay, I'm giving, but I'm not taking enough, right? I'm not taking back enough. So if I'm pouring all the water out of my cup to fill up everybody else's glass, what do I have left? Like, I'm not creating happiness for myself, I'm creating happiness for other people, right? And that's why I was so mentally torn in half, because I just really never really thought about it in that sense. I never really thought about it in the sense of um the happiness that I'm creating for myself, what I'm building for myself. Because when I lost those friendships, when I lost those relationships, and I say relationships in the sense of like associates, like a relationship can mean anything, right? It can mean boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, friend, associate, best friend, acquaintance, all that stuff. It could mean anything, right? But when I lost those relationships, I felt really bad, as if, well, I didn't gain much from that relationship anyway. And also, I just felt like when they left, or when I lost that relationship, that it was just like, what was the point of it if I was just giving and never really like, maybe I kept thinking that maybe my expectation of things was too high, right? Like I expected too much from people, right? But in a sense, like if I'm expecting people to treat me the same way that I treat them, that's not a high expectation. That's just a general expectation. That's just like a normal expectation that, everybody should have. Like if I'm sitting here talking to someone and I'm like, "Hey, I'm nice to you, but you're mean to me, maybe you should try being nice to me," right? That's not a high expectation. That's just a general expectation. Like, if I'm nice to you, I expect you to be nice to me, right? But if it's the case like, oh well, I gave you $1,000. I don't necessarily expect you to give me $1,000 back unless we agree upon that. Like if we agree upon it and you don't give it back, then I'm breaking your kneecaps. So, if that's the case, like what I'm saying, look, I'm breaking your kneecaps because look, you owe me that $1,000. You don't pay me that $1,000. I'm breaking your kneecap. You're gonna be walking with your knee nubs. let me let me stop. Let me stop. Oh shoot. Um, but hold on right quick. Hold on right quick. Oh man. But so Man Cup Studios 34, I agreed to that because when I broke up with my girlfriend, I felt the same way. Yeah, yeah. Oh, wait. I think yeah, Robert. Robert. What's up, Robert? It's been a while, man. It's been a while. We should hang out. If you still in Durham, we should hang out, man. It's been a while. But yeah, like it's like you gotta make it so even when those relationships go, right, you're not feeling bad about it. You're not feeling like, oh well, oh well, I just lost everything and I like I'm left with nothing and like my whole world just crumbled in on itself, right? You should never feel that way about things. Like I could see if this relationship was like very, 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 very special to you, right? You should, of course, you should have some emotion in it. You should have emotion about it, right? Because if you like get out of a relationship, right, and you just like feel no ways about it, like oh well, okay, well, um, okay, and like that's the way you feel about getting out of that relationship, and you're like oh well, it is what it is, then like where's the emotion, where's the genuine emotion for that relationship? Like you shouldn't feel like oh well, it is what it is, unless like you never really had true feelings in that relationship, then you should always feel in a sense some type of connection. Like for me, every single relationship, every single friendship, relationship as in boyfriend, girlfriend, or any type of relationship that I create for myself, any type of relationship, I genuinely put my heart into it because I don't want to create meaningless relationships. I don't want to create meaningless friendships and acquaintances and all that stuff. Like I want to benefit from it just like they want to benefit from it, right? I put my heart into it because I know that it means something to me. I'm not just gonna create a friendship like, oh well, I don't necessarily like you, but hey, we can be friends. What's the point of that, right? What's the point of that? Like, if you don't like that person, why be friends with them, right? Why have that relationship if you don't care about it at all? That's my philosophy on it. And for me, that's the way I feel. So of course you should have emotions in it, but you should never be to the point where you feel like your whole world, like you should never feel like when that person leaves with what they own, right? When they leave with everything that they put out on the table, when they leave with that, you should never feel like they took everything from you, right? You should never feel like they took everything from you. Because if you feel like they took everything from you, then that means that within that relationship, you didn't create your space. Like, of course, a relationship is like 50, like they say it's 50-50, but sometimes it could be 70-30, 40-60, whatever, right? Because sometimes, like, that other person may not be at their best. That person may not, they may not be at 100%, right? And wait a second. All right, there we go. Yeah, they should never you should never feel you should bleh, let me go back. So they like everybody may not be at 100% of the time. Let me repeat that. Not everybody is going to be at 100% of the time, right? There are going to be times where you're at 50%. There are going to be times where you're at 1%. There are going to be times when you're just like down and out, like, just completely down and out. And like that person has to like pull weight, right? But, you know, within that relationship, you have to create the space. Like, regardless of that relationship that you have with that person, you should always create a space, right? You should always have a time where it's about you. You should always have a time where you find happiness within yourself. Because when you, I remember, I think it's a quote from Will Smith. It's a quote from Will Smith. He said, "My job is not to make." I think I'm not saying this verbatim, but he said, "My job is not to make my wife happy. The goal is for us to find happiness for ourselves, and then come together, right?" And what that means is the goal is for you to find happiness within yourself. And once you find happiness within yourself and that other person finds happiness within themselves, when you two come together, it's no, oh well, you need to make me happy and I need to make you happy, and you're obligated to do things to make me happy. No, right? You're already happy within yourself. And then when that person says, hey, I'm happy, they're happy, why not just like add a little bit happiness onto what they already have, right? Why not do something good for them because it makes them happy, right? It's like the icing on the cake that already has icing. I mean, like some people would think that's good. Like me personally, I don't like icing on cakes, like the heavy frosting and all that stuff. Like I like the whipped frosting. The whipped frosting is pretty good, but I'm getting off subject. I'm getting off subject. But you know that's the whole thing. You got to find happiness outside of, like, within every relationship that you have, regardless of whether it's a friendship, boyfriend, girlfriend, um associate, acquaintance, regardless of whatever relationship you got, you should always create time to find happiness for yourself. You should always, like, when 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 I was in a relationship with Monique, I would always take days. I would always take personal days, right? Outside of that relationship, these were days where I could go out. I could do whatever I wanted to. Um, of course, external, not but oh goodness, I cannot talk. Uh, like these days, I will be able to go out and do anything that I wanted, except for, like, of course, cheating and all that stuff, right? You know, that was like there's like, of course, certain things you can't really do when you're in a relationship, but um if I'm taking personal days, these are things like if I want to go and I want to be like, hey, you know what? I want to go see a movie today. You know what? I want to go to that restaurant that I never went to before. You know what? I want to go for a bike ride. You know what? I want to go and skydive today. You know what? I want to go and do this. I want to go and do that. I want to make myself happy today. I want to go get a massage, right? For females. Or I want to go get my nails done for females. Or I want to go get my hair done. Or I want to go get dolled up and just go out to the mall and walk around. Or I want to go shopping. Or I want to go, you know, you know, hey, I want to go and do whatever, right? I just want to go and experience the world. I want to go travel to Paris. I want to go to Rome. I want to go to China. I want to go to Japan. I want to go this place. I want to go that place. I want to do this. I want to do that, right? And for that personal day, that's what I would do, right? I would go see a movie, whatever movie I wanted to see. I would go out to a restaurant if I wanted to go out to a restaurant. I would go get a massage. I would go and just like walk around the mall. I would go shopping. I would just do whatever I wanted to do that day. And it was just one day out of the month. One day. That's all I took was one day out of the month, right? And for some people, they will find that to be a problem, right? They'll say, "Well, you're going out without me. You're doing this outside of me, right?" And you got to explain to that person. Man Cub says, "Whipped frosting's the greatest." Facts, facts. But um, they have a problem with it because you're not focused on them. You're not creating that happiness for them. And what you always have to do when you're whatever relationship you have to explain to that person. You have to say to that person, look, if they have a problem with it, if they have a problem with you creating happiness for yourself, because if you think I'll get into a little bit uh, other things, but you have to explain to them, look, we're in a we're if let's to make it simple, say boyfriend and girlfriend, right? If you're in a relationship with a boy or you're in a relationship with a girl or whatever, you have to explain to them. If they're saying, "Oh, well, you're doing all these things without me. I think you're losing interest in all that stuff," right? And genuinely, if you're losing interest, just say you're losing interest. Don't be like, "Oh, well, I'm just doing this for personal happiness," right? Explain to them, "Look, I'm I'm trying to create happiness for myself outside of this relationship. Like, I do care about this relationship. Genuinely, I care about this relationship and I want us both to be happy. However, there are times where I need to create happiness for myself so that way I can better perform within this relationship, right? Because if you're constantly giving to the relationship, right? And this is the whole concept of you having a cup of water, they having a cup of water, right? If you're constantly giving to the relationship, you're constantly like, let's say you have a cup, she has a cup, or he has a cup, or whatever, right? And then there's a cup in the middle, right? The cup in the middle represents your relationship with that person, right? And then you have a cup, they have a cup, right? If you're pouring into that cup, you both are pouring into that cup. And then at the end of the day, that cup is empty, right? Your both of your cups is empty, but you're pouring the water or whatever into that relationship cup, right? And then at the end of every day, both your cups is empty, then you're basically you're basically making it where you're giving everything, right, to that relationship. You're giving everything to that relationship, but you have nothing for yourself, What happens when that cup, that relationship cup, breaks and it shatters, right? And everything that you put into that cup is gone, right? And at the end of the day, your cups is empty. Think about that. Think about how you would feel in that scenario, right? You would feel like I have nothing left. My cup is empty. So you feel a negative way towards that person because you gave everything to that relationship, right? You gave nothing to yourself. You gave nothing to them. You gave everything to this relationship. Once that breaks, once you two split apart, you have nothing. So therefore you feel empty. You start to say that person left me with nothing. I hate that person. I dislike that person, right? I feel angry towards that person because now I have nothing. Think about that. That that is the truth that you got to face, right? Instead of having your cup empty at the end of every day, find a little bit of happiness to put in that cup. Find a little something to put in that cup, whether it be Jack Daniels, whether it be whiskey, whether it be vodka, tequila. No, let me stop. Let me stop. Whether it be anything, whether it be whatever makes you happy. Don't fill it up with negative emotion because if you fill it up with negative emotion, then you'll just start feeling bad. But fill it up with something positive. And then at the end of every day, find something to fill that cup up that's positive. When you do that, if that relationship breaks apart and that relationship doesn't work out, you at least have something, right? You at least have something. You're not feeling empty. You're not feeling like you're left with nothing. You're not feeling like that person just took everything from you. You're not feeling like you gave everything and it was all for nothing. You're not feeling heartbroken. You're feeling at least okay because you still have something. You still have something. And that's the thing that people got to realize. 5%. Sorry, I'm reading this Zoom chat right quick. Hey, customer. Oh man. Mm. But let me. I'm gonna play some music right. Well, actually, I can't play any music because I don't want to get copyright. uh, but basically, that's that's what I gotta say about that, right? Um, I was gonna say something else. I forgot what it was though. Hold on right quick. I'm just reading a Zoom chat. But that's the truth that you gotta realize, right? Find happiness within yourself. This is the truth that I found. And it all stemmed from being alone. It all stemmed from being by myself. It all stemmed from me feeling sad and depressed. And I made a promise to myself that I wouldn't go back to the place of feeling sad and depressed and having suicidal thoughts and all this other stuff because I felt like nobody cared, right? And there's been so many times where I would create happiness for everybody else. And then, like I said, when I lose those relationships, I felt like I had nothing left. I felt like everybody took from me, but nobody gave back to me. That's facts right there because in my situation, I do fan fiction and read DC comics. Yeah, yeah, I've read some of your fan fictions too. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. Maybe Ashley, leave the link to your fan fiction in the live chat in the comments. That way, if you need some more readers, and hey, my audience can go up there and check it out, and then hey, maybe you gain a following too, and you can start doing that. Like the whole goal, is to create create a community for everybody. If there's something that some people may be interested in, some people may be interested in the fan fictions. I know that you do stuff for wrestling, for like superheroes and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But like, yeah, like leave the link to your fan fiction and the live chat, so that way people can see that. And oh my goodness. I think I got a sinus infection or something like that, because like my nose, like nothing else, like I have no other symptoms besides like a runny nose, and that's it. Like no other symptoms besides a runny nose. No fever, no body aches, no corona over here. No corona over here. Just a sinus infection. I think it came from when we were having the party. When I was setting up for the party, I was spraying some chemicals in the yard to get rid of the mosquitoes and flies and stuff like that, which did work pretty good. But I ended up spraying the tree, and the mist came back in my face, and I did not have a mask on or anything like that, and my nose started burning, my eyes started, like my whole face just started burning. And I washed my face off and everything like that, but I ended up breathing it in my nose, and my nose has been burning, and like my nose has been running, and it's just been crazy for the last, I think, day or two. It's been like, I don't know, like during the party it was not that bad, but like once I woke up that the next day, it like my nose just started running. It was like burning and stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully, I think it's just a sinus infection though. No other health issues. Um, I thought I had my little non-contact forehead thermometer. Uh, yep, the Wonder Woman is my favorite DC Comics character, and a waifu, Waifu. I think that's how you pronounce that. But let me see. But yeah, like, dang, what was I saying? What was I saying? Let me see. But yeah, that that I think is the most. Oh my gosh! Hold on, real quick. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I did not know it like that. That's it's crazy. Like I've been for the last 2 days, I've been dealing with this. Um, And I know that I have not, besides like the party, like during the party and like I think the day after, um, like there was no symptoms at all, right? And I checked everybody that came to the party. I took their temperature. Like nobody had any issues going on, but like it was like after that whole event with the spray, with the chemical spray and stuff like that, like this just came on. I'm not sure if like my body is just not reacting to it well, but the only thing is um like a runny nose, and that's basically about it. Um so that's all good, but I'm pretty sure like I'm pretty sure I should be good. Probably like tomorrow, something like that. Mm-mm. Cold coffee. Cold coffee. I should have drunk it earlier, but that's probably why my nose is running because I was drinking that hot coffee and it loosened up everything. But let me see here. Working from home. Hey, if you happen to enjoy this live stream, make sure you slap a like on it. Make sure you subscribe for more content because more content is coming soon. And for sure, make sure you turn on those post notifications because you don't want to miss out on any other videos I got coming out. I may be doing a like a cooking live stream later on today if it does not rain, because for the last 2 days it has been raining on and off, and I haven't really been able to do anything. And this little thing over here I've been trying to do a video for, but it's still like it's been raining, and of course I can't like be outside in the rain unless I'm under the carport, but I need space for things. So um it is what it is, I guess. um let's see, we got a comment here. um Hopefully I can hit the notification bell for more live stream notices. Yeah, I think even if I'm not sure what it is. I think like sometimes YouTube, even if you hit the bell notification, it'll it sometimes won't send it out to you, because I've had people tell me, "Hey, I hit the bell notification icon, but I haven't been receiving the notifications." And I'm not sure what it is with YouTube, but if you just periodically check. I know for sure every single Wednesday I upload a video. Either I upload a video or I live stream. Any other days, it could be possible that I could do a live stream, or I don't necessarily um, have the focus to upload on any other days besides Wednesday. That's not to say that I don't want to. That's just to say that right now I'm just trying to stick to the schedule of one video a week, Wednesday at 8 a.m. I know this live stream happened a little bit after 8 a.m., but um, it's still on Wednesday, pretty much. Like if I had a pre-recorded video that I was gonna release today on Wednesday, then it would be released at 8 a.m. But other than that, like if I do a live stream, then that live stream is gonna be from whenever on Wednesday. And then I could do it any other day during the week, like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right? I could do it on any other day that I want. As far as the live stream, um, YouTube needs to fix their algorithm to solve the notification bell issues. That is true. That is facts right there. Because I've seen a lot of other YouTubers talk about that, where they would actually have their fans send them screenshots on Twitter or whatever saying, "Hey, I never got the notification," or even that, like they would send out the notification for that video or that live stream like a day or two late, right? I could be streaming on Monday, or let's say Wednesday, right? I could be streaming on Wednesday, but the notification isn't sent out until Friday or Thursday, right? When I was live on Wednesday. So yeah, they really do need to fix that, because it's it's ridiculous, and I think it's mainly because like they they have certain creators that bring in a certain amount of viewership and advertisements and stuff like that. um they support those creators more. They send out their notifications. They make sure that everything with their channel is good. They make sure that everything um that they got going on is good for the higher up creators. But for like the smaller creators and for the less less known creators, they really tend to slip when it comes to sending out those notifications, or at least doing things like, because I've experienced it where I've had issues on YouTube, and I would contact YouTube. Um well, I don't even know how to contact them. Like I would contact them through like Twitter or something like that, like Twitter or Facebook or something like that, and I would never ever receive a response, right? But other creators will go out there and be like, "Hey, I got this issue. What's up?" And then they receive a response and all that stuff. But like, what about me? Like, I know they can't um talk to every creator, but at the same time, like, I'm creating content for the platform also. I'm doing all this stuff, you know why can't I get any service? And that's generally why people leave. But I enjoy it, right? Currently I'm not getting paid from it, and I keep saying that, because I don't know, right? I mean, I do know, right? But like, to be honest with you guys, I want to create a second income with this whole YouTube thing. I want to have a platform where I can possibly have the ability to leave my 9 to 5, to work for myself, to be my own boss, to do whatever I want to do. Like, I love my job as a customer service rep. I love my job. I love the company that I work for because of all the opportunities that they gave me. I appreciate it. But my whole goal is to be my own boss, to create a income for myself, to make more than what I'm making now, right? Because I'm making, pennies on a dollar for from a company who's making millions, millions. Like, I understand, they have their margins, and they have everything that they got going on, and they're making their money. But I want to be in that position also. I want to be making money. Like, if I'm doing this job, if I'm busting my ass to do the work, I want the full benefits from it. I want what I deserve. Because, to be honest, like, 50 cent, not even 50 cent. That's just being generous, right? If you say 50 cent raise, a 50 cent raise every single year, right? Regardless of if you're doing, like, I want to tell you guys a story, and this is like what put it in perspective for me, because before I was just like, well, I knew that I wanted to do something, but I didn't push hard enough for it because I didn't truly understand the weight of the situation, right? I did not understand the weight of the situation, right? I was working in for the company that I work for now. Um, I was doing manufacturing. I was like, literally, I would be the person that they would move around everywhere. Like, I knew how to run most of the machines in manufacturing. Like, I think way back, um, I forgot what year it was, but it's a video on my channel called Bread and Butter. And it was essentially, the title says what it is, like, my bread and butter. This is like my main source of income, right? And I showed video of me running this machine for like file folders and stuff like that. And basically I ran that machine. I ran another machine. I was like moving around all over the place. Like I've been through multiple departments, running machines, doing different tasks, material handler, uh, making different products, and just like all over the place, right? Excelling in every place that I went. I gave my all, and they were like, yeah. They would always like people would always ask for me if they needed help, right? Because I gave 110%, I gave my all, right? The highest raise that I got when I was in manufacturing was 35 cents. That was the highest raise that I ever got in manufacturing. So I was like, one day I was like, okay, well, I'm doing all this work. Like I'm busting my ass doing all this work, running all these machines, moving all over the place, doing work for a whole bunch of different departments, getting recognized like, oh, well, this guy, he's all over the place. He's doing everything, he's doing pretty good, you know, but we just gonna give him a 35-cent raise. We like one year I got like I worked in manufacturing for I think yeah, it was 2 years. It was 2 years. So the first year I got a 15 I got no I got the 35-cent raise. Second year I got a 35-cent raise. No. First year I got a 35-cent raise. Second year I got a 15-cent raise. A 15-cent raise after I'll tell you, right? So there's a department that does light sticks, right? We got a department that does light sticks. We pack the light sticks, we box them up. They even have a machine that actually wraps the light sticks in the foil paper that it comes in, right? I worked in that department. I did I did the foiler machine, which wraps the light sticks in the foil. I did material handling for that department. So when people needed work to actually pack up, I would actually provide them the work to pack up. I was actually on the packing line where they pack it into the boxes. I actually was the person I did one day did the job where you actually put it in the big box for it to be shipped out. Or I like to call it the stock box because it's like you put it in there and then it goes to like stock, right? Um, I did that, right? There's another part in that department where like you do different types of light sticks, like you got the small, tiny light sticks like that, like literally real thin, just like about that big, right? For some reason, um, and all that stuff. I did that, right? And um, the supervisor over there, I digress on that, but he was an asshole. But anyway, um, with that, like I had to deal with some stuff on that. Like he was praising this other worker, like, oh well, this line wouldn't be anything without this worker and this and that and this and that. And then one day, people got tired of it and then they just stopped helping that worker. And then of course, like when you stop helping that worker, he started doing bad. So it's not about that one person, it's about the whole team. But anyway, I digress. I worked in like our flatware department. So when we were packing up the spoon, forks, knives, salt, pepper, toothpick, so the dining packets, we were doing that. I did not run that machine. I didn't run that machine, but I was on the line where we would drop the forks and drop the spoons and all that stuff. Um, I was in that same department, but it was called injection molding. It's like this molding machine where you get like all the mold, like the hot plastic will like drip into the molds, and then the it'll detach from the mold, and then you have to um, in a box. When the stuff drops down, you have to take the spoon, forks, knives off of that mold and throw the mold out, and then the box will be filled with the spoons and all that stuff. And then that's when it will be moved to a different department to be packed into like the little packets. I did that. I did that for a while, um, and that was it was okay, but it was like, you got to stand up all day and you can't really take a break because the machine is automatic, right? It runs automatically, unless like the mold, there's something wrong with the mold or something like that. But they'll but you pretty much have to stand there. You have to It's automatic, so you got to keep going regardless of if you're tired or not. Which I was tired as hell over there. But and then there was another department. It's called file folder. No, actually locks, right? Um, I made some locks before, like the master locks. I put them together, with the chamber and the everything like that. We had a shredder department, or not had, but we got a shredder department where we would actually put the shredders together, like the cabinets for the shredder together, and then put the shredder head on top of that, and then put it in a box and all that stuff. I did that. Um, I worked in the file folder department, so all our paper products. I ran multiple machines in there. I ran pretty much every machine that was for the portfolio folder. So there's 3 different machines for that. Actually, it's 4 different machines. It's just 2 of them are the same machine. One is older, one is newer. But I ran the machine that my mom works on now. I ran the machine that Bobby works on. I pretty much did every position. I ran the machine, and also I was the catcher for that machine that my mom works on. So I know specifically how to run the machine, how to maintain the machine, how to fix the machine if there's a jam up, if there's anything wrong with the machine. Pretty much like I learned from the mechanics what to do when the machine breaks down. So learning from the mechanics, I never really had to call a mechanic, right? And that's how you go 10%. Like I could have just been like, oh well, the mechanics will fix it, right? But I learned that when you call a mechanic, they may not come right then and there. It may be like 15, 20 minutes before they come. So you're just stuck sitting there doing nothing. So I figure, why not just go ahead and learn from the mechanics, you know, do that so that way I can continue to go on and, do better at my job. Um, the other machine that Bobby works on, if you don't know who Bobby is, and just watch my bowling videos, you'll see who he is. The machine that he works on, I ran that machine. I did his job. I pretty much did every job. It's like 4 positions on there. There's the paper dropper who runs the machine, the person who actually runs the machine. There's the catcher. So when the person drops the paper into the machine does its work. It folds the paper up or whatever. Um, and when it comes out of the machine, it comes out ready to go into a box. So the catcher is the person who, once the folders come out of the machine, they catch the paper and they'll put it into a box. Then they'll pass it down to the next person who closes up the box and puts it into a bigger box. And then, or well, no, they'll close it up and then they'll stack it up and then they'll get it ready for the next person. The next person, they'll put it in the box and put it on a pallet. They'll tape up the box and they'll put it on a pallet. And pretty much all 4 of those jobs I did. There was another job, like there's a machine that actually cuts the paper, like it cuts the portfolio paper before it goes to my mom machine. I ran that machine. I ran both of the machines. But it was only a handful of times. Like I think I only ran that machine probably at the most 5 times. Um, then there's another machine that does another type of folder. I ran that machine. I did both positions on that machine. I ran the machine and I was also the boxer. So I boxed up the folders and then put it on a pallet. There was another machine. that there was another machine that did hanging file folders, right? It's the file folders with the little rack, not the racks, but the what is it called? The metal thing that, you know how you got a file cabinet and then there's like the rails on the side that you can hang the folders on, like those little hangers that goes inside the folder. I did not run that machine. I didn't run it, but I was the catcher on it and I was the boxer on it. So I did those two positions. There was another type of folder that it's, I forgot what it's called, but it's another type of folder. It's just like a small folder, right? I ran the machine and also boxed up for that machine. And then there was another machine where, like this, there's a guy at the company who specifically runs that machine. And I was like the boxer on that, right? He would just like, he would run the machine, but pretty much like every machine in file folder, I pretty much ran, right? Or not ran, but I had some type of hand in creating and making the product in our hanging, not our hanging file, but in our file folder department, right? And there was a crap ton of machines. There was machines that made portfolio folders. There was a machine that did hanging file folders, press board folders, manila folders, red wallet folders. Um, there was actually, oh shoot, there was machines that I think, hopefully, hold on right quick. Let me check something right quick. In our file folder, right? And there was a crap ton of machines. There was machines that made portfolio folders. There was a machine that did hanging file folders, press board folders, manila folders, red wallet folders. Um, there was a, oh shoot. Okay. It didn't cut off. It didn't cut off. I thought it did, but it didn't. But yeah, like just all, I was pretty much all over the place, right? For the second year that I was in manufacturing, or actually for a year and a half, because when I was in the light stick department, they call it Omniglow, but when I was in the light stick department, like literally I could not do that job. I could not, like, that was a job where I sit down every day and just count to 10, like I was like, no, no, I cannot do that. And I went to HR. I was like, look, I need a different job. I need like to go in a different department or something like that, because this sitting down counting to 10 all day, like I was literally falling asleep. I would literally be sitting in the chair, get to 5 and just like nod off, because I could not do it anymore. I was just like, nah, I can't do this. So I went over to the file folder department. That was like literally a week when I first started my job. A week when I first started my job. I was like, I could make money just sitting here counting to 10. Like I could just count to 10, put the sticks in a box, send it off, and make money. Like, yeah, that's cool, but like I was just like, nah, this is just too much. I can't do this. I can't do this. But after like a whole year and a half of moving around to different departments and doing everything that I could to show that I was a good worker, um, so that way I could get a good raise, so that way I could move up in the company. That first year, I got 35 cents, which was always like, okay, okay, you know what I'm saying? Because I came like halfway into the year, so they only had like a half a year to or 6 months, 6 or 7 months to evaluate my performance. So I could see like the 35-cent raise. I was like, okay, well, Maybe next year I get a higher raise. So after doing all that, I got a 15-cent raise. After running all these machines, after doing everything that I could to show that I was a good worker, I got a 15-cent raise. Now, mind you, these machines, they are quite dangerous, right? You could get your hand caught up in there. You could, like, it has multiple hundreds of moving parts, hundreds of places where you can get your finger caught, or you could get like a body part caught, because you would have to literally, for some of these machines, you got to literally stick your hand down in the machine, not when it's running, right? But let's say somebody goes by and they're like, oh, well, I just, you know, it didn't happen often, but, or actually it didn't happen at all for me, but, you know, somebody come up and press a button or something like that, or actually, you know, accidentally hit a button, because this is a place that that employs those who are visually impaired, right? So you got some people in there who's totally blind, you got some people who are partial, and you got some people that's sighted. So let's say a person who is total walks up to the machine and doesn't know that they're hitting a button. They hit a button on the machine, and the machine starts up while you got your arm in there. Didn't happen often, but there were occasions where I was just like that. I would be cautious about people being around the machine, because I knew how the machine worked. I knew all the stuff, like how to maneuver the machine, not maneuver, but how to work the machine so that way it puts out good product and everything. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, well, I don't know. With people being around the machine, I knew how it worked. So I would just kind of be cautious about it. But 15-cent raise, I was like, nah, I don't know about that. So I kind of felt like, well, manufacturing in itself is a dead end career, because you can't really move up in a company from manufacturing unless you actually actively seek other jobs outside of manufacturing, right? Because your whole purpose in manufacturing is to manufacture the product, right? There's no upward mobility or upward movement in the company. So I was like, well, let me see here. They had a position for customer service open. I was like, well, customer service seems like a good place to go if I want to start moving up in the company, because you can move from customer service to sales to accounting to HR to wherever you want to go to, right? As long as you have the experience to do so, and you have the references to do so. So I was like, okay, let me go ahead and move over to customer service, because like I figure manufacturing was a dead end career, so I wanted to be able to move up in the company. I wanted to be able to do more, right, and earn more and increase my income. So I move over to customer service. I apply for customer service, and I'm like, okay, well, I got an interview. I got the interview, and I was hired, and um, I was like, okay, so I'm hired in customer service. I looked online, and at that point in time, the average pay for customer service, like the lowest pay, was like $11 per hour, 11.50, I think, either $11 or 11.50. The highest was about $15 to $16. The average was $13. When I got hired for customer service, my pay was about like I think it was 9.85. No, wait, 35 plus 15, that's 50 cents right there. So no, I was at mm, no, I was at 9.75. I was at 9.75 because when I was hired, I started at nine. I started with 9.25, and then 35 cents plus 15 cents. That's 50. So yeah, 9.75 is where I was at when I moved to customer service. And on top of that, the at that point in time when I moved over, and I guess it was a mistake on my part because like this was the time where they were doing evaluations for uh, the performance for the year before, and I this is the thing, right? I was at 975, and when I got hired for customer service, we negotiated the pay, right? We negotiated the pay. This is crazy, right here. We negotiated the pay for a bump up to from 975 to I think it was 10 either it was 1025 or 1045. I think it was 1025. So we negotiated the price for a 50-cent increase in wage, right? And that I in my mind, I was thinking, okay, well, I'm being hired for customer service, right? So we're negotiating the pay that I'm gonna be paid for doing customer service, right? This is moving from manufacturing to customer service. I want to reiterate that because this is crazy. So the pay was bumped up 50 cents for the wage from working from manufacturing to customer service. But at the same time, um, they were doing the evaluations for the previous year. So the work that I did the previous year, they were evaluating that. And they were evaluating what my increase in wage would be. Come to find out that the increase in wage for right? My raise for that year based on the performance that I had, right? Was the increase in pay for moving from manufacturing to customer service, right? Because the way they were talking about it when they first initially hired me for customer service, so when I would move over to customer service after they found my replacement, that whole increase in pay, I thought I was going to get 50 cents for the increase in pay, an increase in wage from moving to a more uh, like a higher demand position, right? Not higher demand, but like a position that is more important to the company. Not to say that manufacturing is not important, but customer service, you're moving from manufacturing, that's like behind the scenes. That's like what customers don't see, right? That's what customers don't have to interact with. Moving from that position to customer service, which is a frontline position. You're directly dealing with the customers, you're directly fixing their problems, you're directly helping them. You as a customer service agent, and this is like my mindset, you as a customer service agent is like the blood vessels. If there is a leak in customer service, if there is a lack of performance in customer service, if there's no good customer service, then the customers will leave. Your company will bleed out, right? So a customer service agent is important. Their performance is important. Their position is important, right? So, which brings us to think that they would get paid a higher amount of money because they are important to the customer or to the company and also the customer, right? So, what they did was instead of paying me for that increase of change position for changing positions to a more valuable position, they took that pay, that negotiated increase in pay, and they doubled it as my raise because of the work that I did that previous year. So basically, the work that I did that previous year meant nothing, but that change in position was all that they went by. So, in essence, I was supposed to get 50-cent raise for changing positions to a higher position, plus the work that I did for that previous year. That's that is I was like, wait a second. That that kind of confused me a little bit. Like I was sitting in my evaluation, well, you got a 50-cent raise, and I was like, oh shoot. So now I'm moving like a dollar up, right? I'm moving a dollar up. So it went from 975. Oh, well, now you're at 1025. And I was like, wait, hold on right quick. 1025? But I thought that my evaluation is different from a change in position. That's that doesn't make any sense. Um Yarum says, "Hi bro, what's up? What's up? Hopefully you're doing good and staying safe out here in this world. I'm just talking about a whole bunch of things, just chilling. I'm working from home right now, so I'm just doing my little random rambles, trying to um, you know, entertain you guys. Today is my day. I was supposed to upload today, but some video got corrupted, so I'm just live streaming. But if you enjoy the content, you enjoy this type of content, make sure you go ahead and throw a like on a stream and subscribe for more content. And for sure, for sure. I was supposed to be doing another live stream today, like a live cooking segment type thing. So hopefully you enjoyed that. Make sure you subscribe, turn on those post notifications so you don't miss that. But yeah, we're gonna keep going with that. You know what I'm saying? But that was crazy, right? That was crazy, and like that experience for me was like I got cheated out of income that I could have had, right? I got cheated out of 50 cents. Like, I understand it's just 50-cent raise, but you put that in perspective, 50 cents more per hour is a lot of money. That's a lot of money when it comes down to what you're bringing home. That's a lot of money. So I I was just like, that is messed up, right? So I get in customer service and I'm doing my work and I'm provided some get opportunities and stuff like that. And throughout my whole time being in customer service up to this date, I haven't gotten anything over 35 cents. Like I got like the highest raise I ever got was 35 cents. And it made me a little upset because we would have like these big huddle meetings when I was in manufacturing. We would have these big huddle meetings, and they would always talk about how they're making millions and millions of dollars and stuff like that. And you're only giving me a 35-cent raise, but you're talking about all of these millions that you're making, right? I'm out here manufacturing the product. Like, if it's not for me, coming in and manufacture, if it's not for the employees coming in to manufacture the product, then you wouldn't really have product to push out, right? You wouldn't be making millions. It's all because of your employee. Like for a company, you have two important factors, right? You have like your employees, the dedicated employees who come in and who do the work for you. Like there's understandable that you hire them, right? You're paying them for doing a job, right? But if they're doing a good job, if they're going above and beyond, then reward that employee, right? Reward the employee. And the customer is important also, right? The customer is obviously the lifeblood of the company, right? Without the customer, there is no company, right? You don't have any people to sell to, there is no company. So, yeah, that's just my thing, right? And if you're talking about millions of dollars, right? I want to cut of that pie, right? Like I understand there's money that goes back into the company to make more products, to provide more services, to do more things, to buy equipment, upkeep, and all of that stuff. I understand that. That's no problem, right? What I don't understand is why are you telling me you're making millions and millions of dollars, but you're only providing a 35-cent raise or a 15-cent raise, or like you think about it, right? The increase the increase in living is about 2%, right? 2%. If I'm making cold coffee. If I'm making, let's say, $10, right? Let's say $10 per hour. If we multiply that by 0.02, which is 2%, that is 20 cents, right? So, granted, what I was receiving was more than 2%, right? Let's say 10, 25 times 0.02, 20 cents, 20 and a half cents actually. But when I was making that, I was only receiving 15-cent raises. I was only receiving 20-cent raises. I think there was one time, I think it was like a year or two ago, where I received 35 cents, which was above, um, I think it was like probably 3% of my pay, right? But you also have to realize that that increase in wage is not after taxes. It's not after taxes. It's before taxes. It's what they add on to your pay before taxes, right? I could see if like they did like probably 50 cents and then the taxes took away 20 cents from that. That means you got after taxes a 30-cent raise. But if they added on from $10 to 10.20, that's before taxes. So now taxes is being taken out of that. So now instead of getting a 20-cent raise, you're only getting a maybe 15-cent or a 13-cent raise. And that doesn't cover the cost of living. So the cost of living goes up 2%, but you're only getting what, 1.5% increase in wage, which means you're falling behind. So in a sense, like, to put that in perspective, right? I would prefer that companies did it where they take the increase in wage, you do 2% of what that person is making, and then you add on whatever raise you want to add on after that. So if you do 2% of 10, that's 20 cents. And then so you do 20 cents plus the 35 cents. So that's 55 cents right there, right? 55 cents. So that covers the cost of living, and also that does the increase in wage to where even when the taxes is taken out, you still are above the increase of living. I think that would be better to do as opposed to just like providing before taxes, before tax wage increase, and still not meeting the cost of living, because that's how people fall behind, right? That's how people, start to like their lifestyle, so to say, even if it's like something that they have control of, their lifestyle starts to diminish, even if it's people living paycheck to paycheck, right? You put in perspective, for people who is living paycheck to paycheck, um, if they're living paycheck to paycheck, they need all of the money that they can get to get out of that situation. So if they're constantly falling behind every year, compared to the one, inflation rate, and two, cost of living increase, so the amount of money that it costs to live, because you think about it, right? You put it in perspective. If you live in an apartment with a variable rent, right? Not a variable rent, but a fixed rent, right? So let's say you got a rent of $800. When that increase comes in rent, because we I think we went from 735 up to 835 in 1 year for the rent cost. So that's $100 increase. That's $100 increase, right? If you put that in perspective of, right, so 835, you multiply that by 0.02, right? That's $16.70. 2% of 835 is $16.70. If you multiply that by, let's say, 7, right? That's 116. So let's do 16.7 times 6. That's $100.20. So that means that for the apartment complexes who's raising their for that year, right? If the cost of living was 2%, it went up 2%. That means that 835 plus $16.70, right? 835 plus 1670. That's 851.70, right? But instead, the apartment complex increased the rent by 100. That's sixfold, 6 times the cost of living increase. 6 times the amount as the cost of living increase. You know what that means? That the apartment complex that's charging that amount of money more, they're making money hand over fist from you. Now, let's say the company that you work for gives you 35-cent raise, right? Or let's say 35-cent raise, you're making the cost of living, right? You're increased a little bit above the cost of living, and now you're having to pay taxes on that money too, so that brings down the amount of money that you're bringing in, so you may be at or a little bit below the cost of living for the increase in wage that you got, which means that now you're struggling even more to pay that rent. Now, like, your job has nothing to do with how much apartment complexes charge you, but that's just an example to put it in perspective. If you're if you're constantly having to battle these factors of people charging more, the cost of living going up, inflation hitting, now you're struggling to make rent payments. Now you have to adjust your lifestyle. Now you see why people want to start moving up in the company. Now you see why people want to start making more money. Now you see why people decide that they want to own their own business so they can start making money the way they want to make money so that way they can provide for their families, so that way they can do what they want to do without having to go to a 9 to 5 job, receiving these small increase in wages while the company makes millions and millions of dollars, you know. And it's those people who innovate and who create that wealth for themselves, it's those people who end up being the CEOs and the people who employ these people. Like if you look at Amazon, right? Amazon is a huge company. Their starting pay, I believe, would be around like $15, right? Just for like the packers, right? The people who's out on the floor packing the orders and stuff like that, right? $15. $15. That's way, way above the amount. Now it also depends on where you live and the cost of living for your area, because the cost of living here in North Carolina is way different than Los Angeles, right? Um, and it's way cheaper here than it is in Los Angeles or another place like that, right? So you kind of got to think about that and adjust it, right? Adjust it. Figure out how you can beat, not beat the system, but beat the process of having to uh run that rat race, right? Because you're running the rat race. The reason why they call it a rat race is because now you're having to run through this whole maze. You're having to do all this work just to be in the same position that you're in, right? Let's say you got a little maze and all these rats has to get to the cheese on the other side, right? And once that cheese is gone, they put the cheese on the other side and they start putting cheese in different areas. And now you got to run and you got to do all this stuff just to get to the cheese, right? And you may not get the cheese every time. You may not get, you know, you may not be in a position where you're making things happen, right? So I love the company that I work for. Like I have no ill will towards them or whatever, but I want to be in a position where I'm making money for myself. I'm able to provide for my family. I don't have to worry about, oh well, I'm doing all this work and then now I'm still stuck in the same position. I'm still fighting the inflation. I'm still fighting the cost of living. I'm still fighting all these other things, you know, but really all the people like my employer, you know, they they're making millions. They're living in big houses. They're living large, you know. I want to live large too. I want to make money too, you know. I want to provide for my family too. I want to not have to worry about, am I going to be able to pay these bills? Am I going to be able to do this? Am I going to be able to do that? I want to be able to pay all my bills. I want to be able to have a little fun. I want to be able to, you know, have a place to stay without having to worry about where's the money going to come from. I don't want to have to worry about living. I need to shave because these hairs is just tickling my nose. I don't want to have to worry about living paycheck to paycheck again. Right. I'm not living paycheck to paycheck. Like I still have money going coming over, being left over, and I'm able to invest in all that stuff. I just don't want to be in a position where eventually I'm back living paycheck to paycheck. You know, like of course, like with me, like I got a few bills, right? And of course, after I pay off this furniture and after I pay off like my credit cards and stuff like that, again from just like getting stuff for the house, and I'm debt free in that sense, right? I'll have more to work with. And that's just me. Like me personally, I want to make sure that Um, Financially, I'm good, right? And I'm doing it all by myself, so I'm proud of myself, right? I'm proud of myself. I'm able to, you know, pay the mortgage. I'm able to pay these bills. I'm able to, have a little fun. Even like, this past weekend, I was able to have a little fun, even though it was a little financially draining, but I was able to have a little fun and, actually do something, right? Feel like I actually did something great, right? I did do something great. I am doing something great. I'm just I just want to be able to have that feeling every time, right? The freedom to do whatever I want to, without having to worry about where it's going to come from. And that's the kind of wealth that I want to create, because in a sense is like I'm thinking not only for myself but for the future, right? What happens when I pay off this house? That's equity in my pocket, right? That's money that I have. That's something that I could pass on to create generational wealth, right? As long as my kids don't sell the house, because I hunt their ass. I come back and be like, hey, you better not sell this house. Like, no, but if they need, like, if they sold it to get a bigger house, and then it continued on like that through the generations, then yeah, that could be good. Um, but yeah, I mean, that's just like the thing that kind of made me think, right? And and for some reason that live stream for some reason the live stream cut off again. Like, come on, man, YouTube, come on, for real, YouTube. But that's just like what I think, right? Creating generational wealth, creating wealth for myself, being able to fix not fix the system, but beat the system to where I don't have to struggle, my kids don't have to struggle, their kids don't have to struggle, my family doesn't have to struggle. And like, you know that's what I want to create. I want i want it to be prosperous for me, my family, and everybody I care about, right? So that's just me, right? You can think whatever you want to think, you can do whatever you want to do. If you want to work a 9 to 5, if that's your thing, then that's your thing. But that's what I want to do. I want to be able to get outside of the rat race. I want to leave the rat race, and I want to move up. I want to move up in the world. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I got to say about that. That's all I got to say about that. But hopefully you guys are doing good. Hopefully you guys are doing well. If you're enjoying the live stream, if you're enjoying the content, make sure you slap a like on it. Subscribe for more content. More content is coming soon. And also turn on those post notifications, because you don't want to miss out on any other videos I got coming out. Um, got another live stream coming later on today. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Turn on those post notifications for that. Show some support for the channel and help with the YouTube algorithm. There we go. Mm. Also, guys, I didn't say it before, and I didn't mention it before, but we do have some support features in the description. If you go ahead and check those out, we got a new merch store. I got some brand new designs. I got some new designs up there. Today, I will be creating a promotional code for the month of August, and I'm pretty sure um, it's going to start August 1st and go all the way through August 31st. So you can go ahead and check that out. I will be taking some of the designs down. So, guys, if you want to check that out, if you want to buy specific designs, go ahead and check those out. Purchase them while you can, because not all of my designs will be up there. I will be um, re republishing them, so that way they're available for a specific amount of time. But for the month of August, there will be a promotional code, probably like 15% off your order or something like that. So if you want to go and check that out, or if you want to wait until 4 o'clock p.m. today Eastern time after I get off of work, that's when I'll be creating the promotional code. Um, if you want to wait till then to that promotional code is active, then you can wait till then. Or if you want to go ahead and just check and see what you want to buy now, then hey, by all means do that. We also have some affiliate links in the description. We got Robinhood, we got Uber Eats, and we got Cash App. If you sign up via Cash App, you'll get a free $5 once you set up your account, once you finish setting up your account. And then Robinhood, we have you, that link. What you'll be able to do is you'll get a free stock once you sign up via my link, right? So when you sign up for Robinhood with a new account, you'll get a free stock. I don't think you have to deposit anything. I think once you sign up via that link, you will get a free stock, and I will get a free stock, whether it be Apple, Ford, General Motors, Tesla. It could be anything up to $500. And you'll get that. It won't necessarily be Apple or Facebook or anything like that. It'll just be any stock that, like a random stock, up to $500. Also, Uber Eats. If you sign up for a new account with my link, then you'll receive a $7 off of your first order. And that's pretty cool because, like, if you want some McDonald's or some Chick-fil-A, well, I don't think they have Chick-fil-A, but McDonald's or Burger King or Popeyes, or those are my favorite restaurants, at least. But if you whatever restaurant or whatever order you order from, or a store you order from, you'll get a free $7 off your first order, and that's all good. We also have two other links for direct. Well, yeah, we have two direct donation links. One for Cash App. My Cash App is in the description if you want to directly donate to me to help with equipment, or to help with creating videos, or to help with just like production value and stuff like that. Or you can do it through PayPal, which there's a link for PayPal in the description also. So 6 different ways you can support the channel, whether it be direct, indirect, or just to get product out of it. You know what I'm saying? If you wanted to buy some merch, but Exotic Rarities merch is available. We got the, let me see. Boom. We got the Exotic Rarities. This is the, I think I ordered the premium. This is the premium. Yeah, this is the premium hoodie. The premium hoodie right here. And that's all good, right? I love this thing. It feels like real soft, feels real good, and is nice. Like all of the stuff I bought so far, like the Regal collection shirt, the Regal mask, those two, like, those feel really good. I also have an Exotic Rarities mask. I be walking around being stylish with the Exotic Rarities and also the Regal mask on. I love that. I love them. But hey, it is what it is. If you want to support the channel, then by all means support the channel. It's not mandatory. It's very much appreciated though. And hopefully you guys can resonate with the goal that I have to become my own boss, to do my own thing, to make money. I will be giving back to you guys, like, for this YouTube thing, right? It's not just me, right? I don't see it as just me. Like, well, in a sense of creating the content, as far as pushing out the content, as far as editing, as far as doing these live streams, as far as everything else. Yeah, it's just me. But like with any company, with any service that's being provided, the service is nothing without the customers. The service, the videos, the support for the content, the support for the videos, and the support for me, like supporting me, right? Because essentially, when you're watching the videos, when you're watching the live streams, when you're commenting, when you're dropping likes, when you're subscribing, when you're turning on post notifications, when you're donating, when you're buying merch, when you're signing up via affiliate links, you're supporting me. You're supporting me, right? Some are free, some cost, you know, and I very much appreciate it because without you guys, this wouldn't be possible. This whole idea and this whole concept of me trying to be my own boss, this whole thing would just fall apart without you guys. So I very much appreciate it, and I very much thank you for all the support that you all give, and for even if you just watch 3 seconds or 5 seconds, you're still supporting the channel. So I appreciate that. Um, but it is what it is. Let's see. Sorry guys, I'm trying to focus here. Make sure I don't mess nothing up. You know what I'm saying? All right, there we go. And I got to get better at multitasking because sometimes I be just getting like so focused on one thing that I just be messing stuff up. There we go. But I was thinking about doing like it's almost lunchtime too. So maybe I'll do. Actually, I got an idea. Yeah, I got an idea. So I got these chips. I forgot where I got it from. But it's like the Taco Bell. It's like the Taco Bell chips. It's like the Taco Bell fire chips or something like that. However, the order was placed with the correct address, and can you just ship out? Please advise the ship date. Okay. Yeah. So, but I got these Taco Bell fire chips, and I know they're not that new. They're not new at all. I think I saw some videos like last year or maybe like 2 years ago or something like that when they came out with these chips. Um, I seen those videos of people eating the chips and like giving their review and stuff like that. Um, I like spicy stuff. If you guys don't know, I love spicy stuff. I be putting hot sauce on everything. Um, and like I even did. If you guys haven't seen the Buffalo Brothers um, challenge video where we go, it was me, Lady T or Tempest. She just goes by Lady T in the videos. Lady T, she she did the challenge, and then another coworker, Mark. It was like three of us, and we did the challenge. And oh my gosh, I think I was the first one to finish. But I was super excited to do it because that was like the first ever uh, spicy food challenge that I did, right? Or official spicy food challenge that I did, and that was crazy. I think I got like a real good high just from eating those wings. Like spicy food, they say when you eat spicy food, you get a real good high. Just from like the endorphins shooting off in your brain, and just like you get like lightheaded, you start to feel like real real weird, like you just drunk a whole bunch. But that that challenge was brutal. I think after that challenge, I can say for sure way worse than the habanero video that I did. I think when I got like I think it was like either 100 subscribers or 50 subscribers. I ate like 5 habaneros just like straight, just straight no water or anything like that. And that wasn't that bad, even though like I kind of sort of like went to the bathroom after that and accidentally just like, yeah, that was not good. Like that was horrible. Like that was that was horrible. But like when I did this Buffalo Brothers challenge, oh my gosh, I was in another place. I was in the zone, but I was just like, oh my gosh, why, why? But I finished it. I finished it. I got the shirt to prove it, and man, I think it was the Buffalo Brothers Ludicrous challenge. I think it was like the Ludicrous Wings or something like that. Um, Let me see. Okay, wait a second. But I think this Taco Bell Fire Chip Challenge won't really be that hard, right? It won't be that hard because I love spicy stuff. So, this is it. It pretty much won't be that hard. I think I can finish that without water, without any type of liquid at all. Um, but hopefully, hopefully you guys are enjoying this stream. Um, okay, boom. You know what I'm saying? Um, I have. Oh, speaking of the new Teespring store, I got a new design out. It's called Mystic. It's my Mystic design. If you guys, this is mainly for like females because like pink and purple, or not pink and purple, but it's more like purplish. But that's for the females. Also, there are some shirts that I promoted previously. I think on my last After Hours podcast, not podcast, but live show. I'm gonna just call it a live show. Sometimes this is just the podcast with the audio, but sometimes I'll show like different things. Like I'll actually do video for it. But for the After Hours live show, I promoted some other shirts, and it's called the Good Vibes shirts, and that's from Lady T. She created those shirts. Those are mainly for women also. I'm trying to work with her to get like a design for men up there, just so like men can order their shirts too. So it's like you know a wider audience for the shirts. But if you guys want to check that out, I think it's teespring.com // stores / uh it might be good hyphen vibes with a Z. So VIBEZ um hyphen 46 or 49. I forgot which one. But those shirts, I think they look pretty good. Those are pretty good. Um I just wish it was for men because I would totally buy one of those shirts. Because that's what I'm about. I'm about the good vibes. You know what I'm saying? So that's all good right there. Um, it's almost lunchtime, and during lunchtime I'm gonna do the little the Taco Bell Fire Chip Challenge, and then I'll probably do some exercises. I'm gonna try and see how long I can stream. I think I can go until the end of the day, but that's gonna be like an 8 hour stream. I highly doubt. I don't know. You can do whatever you want to. Put your mind to it. I'm putting my mind to it. I might do an 8 hour stream today, but then again, I got to prepare for the second stream that I'm gonna do today, which that's gonna be a cooking segment stream. But mm, um, I don't want to run out of things to talk about either. So, but um, yeah, we had some comments before. Oh, wait a second. Um, I missed a comment. Man Cub Studios 34 says, that's facts. They're here too because channels like PewDiePie and Duck Voice as far as gaming channels are concerned, have their algorithms at a normal pace. Yeah, like people, I think it's more so just like the people who bring more viewership to YouTube, their notifications go out more, like they're more of the main focus. Like they could YouTube could be like, well, they bring more viewership, so we're going to focus on pushing out their notifications more than somebody who only does one video a week, um or like 2 or 3 hour live streams, right? Um, and it's crazy because for everybody, you should do that for everybody. If we're bringing viewership to the channel, regardless of if it's um, 2 or 3 people, I can understand from a business standpoint. You're focused on the people who bring in more revenue for you, right? You're focused on people who make more money for you, who build your platform a little bit more than other people. I can understand it in that business sense, but the fairness, like for creators, right? When I first started YouTube, right, it was more about the creators. It was more about how to serve the creators more. Because in a sense, like it's like, oh my gosh. It's like my nose is like clogged up. Oh my gosh. Uh, it's like when YouTube first started out, they were humble AF, right? They appreciated all the creators. They did everything for the creators, and they made sure that the creators were happy, even if they only paid the top 1%, right? Every creator felt like, you know, this is a place that I can be where I can just upload my videos. I don't have to worry about anything. I'm good. YouTube take cares of me and everything, right? They made it so like all the videos that were put on the platform were equally shared out, or um, they were equally pushed, right? They were equally pushed, and now is more so on the side where the higher viewership creators, the people who bring in the more revenue and people who bring in more viewership, they're pushed harder. Like YouTube favors certain creators. Other creators they could care less about. Like they're on the bottom floor, right? Think about like a high rise. You got people who are on the bottom floor, right? The people who don't really bring in that much people. And then you got the people at the very, very top and the penthouses and all that stuff. You got those people up there. That's the people that YouTube cherishes. They give. They YouTube makes sure they're straight. They're like the VIPs, right? Um, so that's the only thing. I wish that YouTube would more so push everybody's content equally. You know, I could understand if it's like bad quality and stuff like that. It's not gonna get that much traction. Um, I guess in a sense they that's just the way it works. I guess that's just the way it works. Um, But hey, I'm just working it out. I'm trying to make sure that I work towards this and I push out the content. And I'm staying consistent. Like right now, I'm staying consistent because every single Wednesday, if I don't upload a video, I'll stream. And content is being pushed out at a consistent rate. What I may do is keep Wednesday, but also push for another day. Um, I feel like if I push hard enough on this content, and if I put more work into it, right, I can more quickly reach my goal for monetization and also for just different things, right? I can get into the flow of things and be able to push out more content because right now it's more so um, it's more so along the lines of like Wednesdays. I'm just like all the other days, I'm relaxing, I'm doing whatever, working on the house, doing other projects and stuff like that. But for the YouTube thing, it's more so like once the week starts, or like even for the week, I'll make that one video. I'll make probably one or two videos so that way I can kind of have a backup for like 2 weeks or whatever. But other than that, like lately, things have been hectic with me not being able to record and stuff like that. But other than that, like I think if I really push, if I really push to get a backlog of videos set up, like probably 10 videos set up, and that'll be like for 10 weeks. We'll be good for 10 weeks, or at least 8, right? That'll be good. We'll be good for 2 months as far as one video a week, right? Um, and then from there, I can just start creating more content. And then from there, I can just place that maybe on Mondays, and then Wednesdays I already have a video out. And then that way it's like 2 videos a week. And then we can move up from there and start creating more content, more content, more content, doing more streams and stuff like that. And then it might go up to 3 videos a week. I think that might be the highest I'll go. I probably won't do daily. I'll probably just do semi-daily. That's if everything starts to take off by 2020. If I can get monetized by 2020, not 2020, 2021. If I can get monetized by 2021, then that'll be a good start towards like everything. A good start towards everything. Um, I think once I start getting back into reviews and stuff like that, because right now I'm just doing more so of the vlogs and just random videos, right? If I can get back into the reviews and the content that kind of pushed out for people to come in and say, hey, let's work together or something like that. Or actually, um, that reminds me about the Nerdy Corgi collaboration. I'm not sure. Like I sent him a message um, last week. I think it was last week on Monday. Yeah, last week on Monday. But I never received a response back. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that kind of fell through or if that was more so like if he's just working more on his side. I know I have a lot of things on my side that I kind of got to work out, which um, like for instance the Streamlabs. Like generally I don't know what it is about like my PC and the Streamlabs. Maybe I just don't have the settings right, but every single time I try to stream on Streamlabs, it'll cut off. It'll say that something along the lines of um, the stream isn't going through to YouTube or the stream isn't going out in general, right? like 0 frames sent. Like, it just won't send out anything at all, right? And then when I'm streaming, I'll look at the stream and it'll just cut off, right? It'll cut off zero frames sent, and it'll start buffering for people who's watching it. It'll start buffering, right? And that happened. That happened when I was doing the TWS H01 wireless headset. I was doing a live review for that, and then all of a sudden it just cut off, right? 0 frames sent. Stream is not being sent out. Try to restart the stream and nothing. Can't send to YouTube. There's an error. And I check everything. All the settings is right. Everything is good, but it's just not. It's not doing anything. So I just stopped using it. That's why I've been doing the mobile live streams. That's why I can't really stream from the PC because the way the camera angle is set up, is more along the lines of like the way that like everything is set up. I can't live stream via the PC, right? So I prefer to do mobile live streams anyway, and I'm so thankful and I'm glad that I can actually do the mobile live streams, because for a while, even though I was above 1,000 subs, I couldn't do the mobile live stream at all. However, the order was placed and can just be shipped out. But yeah, so let me see. Is that Nevada? I think Nevada. But yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of things going on that really I'm just trying to work out, and I'm trying to make sure that everything is taken care of on that front. I would like to have a team of people, like somebody to edit for me, somebody who can be the camera person, and really that's all we really need. Like if like I have no problem with editing, right? And I have no problem with like being the camera person, right? Or running the camera. It's just like if I'm in front of the camera, I can't be behind the camera at the same time. Fixing stuff up, making sure the shot is right and all that stuff, right? So, but if I had an editor and a camera person, then that would be cool. That would be cool. That way we can kind of like I can have a team of people, even if it's just me and another person, right? Me and one other person. That will be a lot easier than running everything by myself, because then I can have that person behind the camera. I can have that person editing. And then I could focus on more so of the social media stuff, putting the videos out, making sure that the quality is good, making sure that um, everything just works out pretty good. And if it comes down to it, like I think I think it will be a good thing, right? Because like if 2021 comes around and I'm able to monetize, and I can end up paying somebody to do this, like because right now I'm not making any money. So everybody that I asked, I was like, hey, I'm trying to take this YouTube thing real serious. I'm trying to start making money from it. I'm trying to get my views up. I'm trying to, do all this stuff, but it's hard doing it by myself. Can you possibly help me with filming? Like when my cousin Destiny, when she was recording the house tour, um, which of course I can't upload that because the files for the house tour actually got corrupted. The only files that I have is like post event, right? I had to record a opening and a closing for the video, but the actual files of my cousin following me around the house when we was doing the house tour, like those files got corrupted somehow. They got corrupted, and I was so pissed and I was so mad because like I was so mad because like the video, like I watched the video back, and oh my goodness, the video was just like amazing. The way that the camera worked, like it was a little shaky, but the camera work was great. The flow of the video, it felt different. The flow of the video, like not having to hold the camera, right? Not having to hold the camera or focus on where I'm pointing the camera or this and that. I was able to focus mainly on the point of the video, which was the house tour, showing off the house, letting you guys know what the whole house was looking like, right? But when I have to actually focus on those things, it creates a barrier. Like the content is not as it's not as entertaining because it's just me, right? I may not be that entertaining, but if I had like somebody behind the camera who was doing like commentary or something like that at necessary points where there's silence, then it it works out a little bit better, right? It creates more entertainment. It creates more of a dynamic to the video, right? Or a dynamic of entertainment. Um, and I feel like I enjoy that, right? So if I had somebody behind the camera who's like pointing the camera, who's able to help, like even with like if you guys have not seen the Myrtle Beach video that I put out for the um, smoked pineapple mushroom burger or mushroom smash burger. If you haven't seen that video with the ending portion where I was actually creating the sandwich, when I was actually building the sandwich and having someone else focus on the angles and have somebody else provide that commentary, of, just entertainment, right? Having somebody else creating that dynamic, that second level to the entertainment, then it creates a different dynamic for it, right? And that whole video, like when I was being buried in sand, that whole portion of me running into the ocean and going under the water, and the whole dynamic of me coming back, talking to the camera, everything like that creates a second level to it, right? When I'm doing it by myself, it's like down here, right? It's like one level to it. When you got other people that's included in it, creates a second level and sometimes a third level. So the production of it the production value increases. Um, so that's what I wish I'm hoping to do, right? Like maybe maybe like when I start dating somebody or whatever, they can help me out with it, right? They can be like behind the camera, they can provide that second level. And of course, like, if they're providing work or if they're providing, help with it, then I could pay them to or share the revenue or whatever. But like if I'm hiring somebody to do for that position, then I'll be like, hey, okay, well, um, it could be the case where like I'm thinking maybe they could get a percentage of the revenue for that video. Like let's say we do a video, how much ever that video makes. Like if that video makes $100, right? Which that'll be like a whole bunch of views or whatever. But let's say that video makes $100, right? And we write up a contract and we be like, okay, well, um, only employ one person, right? If I only employ one person, and then I work out the math, I'd be like, all right, well, how much ever money this video makes, you'll get 25% of how much that video makes. And it could be, all right, so your contract lasts for 2 months, and every video that we make, how much ever money comes from those videos for that month, you get 25% of it because you're putting in the work. And 25% is a good chunk, right? A good chunk. Um, and who knows how much that video could make for that month, right? Or who knows how much video. So for that specific contract, it could be a variety of things, right? It could be, you know, a percentage, or you could get paid a certain amount per video. So like per video, you record and edit and all that stuff, you'll get um let's say $5-10 or something like that. I know it may not be a whole lot, but that's just an example of how I could do things. You know, I'm just thinking about things in a way that I could, um, you know, do things once the monetization, and then also, um, if I wanted to donate some money or like create a business investing account or something like that, where like 25% goes to the worker for the editing position, a person position. So that's like one position or whatever. But 25% goes to that person. And then another 35% or yeah, 35% goes to um, 35% goes to the investment account. Um, so that's 60. 35% goes towards taxes, and then the last 5% goes to me. Probably no. Well, we'll switch that around. So 35% goes to me, and then 5% of the revenue goes to the investment account. Um, that could be a thing. Who knows? Like, you know, or like if I don't have a camera person or a editor, I could keep that revenue for myself and then probably put that towards like the investment account. I don't know. I'm just up here throwing out ideas. Who knows? Maybe you like that could give you guys inspiration if you wanted to start a YouTube channel and you're making money from it. That could be a thing. You know, I'm not sure how like how the hiring process works. Like I know that I've been through interview processes and stuff like that, but um, just like the whole hiring process, I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. It would have to be somebody I can trust and somebody I could really vibe with. Cause like if I'm behind it, if I'm like in front of the camera and that person is behind the camera and they're not giving me anything, they're just like silent and they're like we don't have any type of connection, then it most likely won't work, right? Because like all they're doing is holding the camera and they're not adding that second layer. Because that's what I want for the person to do. That I want them to add like a second layer to the entertainment, right? It's like my layer, like I'm in front of the camera providing an entertainment dynamic, and then they're behind the camera, like they become, so to say, a character within the story, right? They become a character. They're not just like the narrator, because when you're behind the camera and you're just um, and you're just filming it and you're not really doing anything else, you're being the narrator. You're helping narrate the story, right? But if you're behind the camera, you start talking, you like the audience start to connect with you on a certain level, then you know that will be interesting to be like, oh well, you know, like you'll have people like if me and then the camera person have like so to say dispute, right? And we're like, oh well, you know, I believe I like this and I like that, like food or whatever. Oh well, you know, I like you know, flavor. I like stuff to, you know, taste real good. And then the other person's like, ah, well, you know, I don't like a whole lot of salt. I don't like seasonings at all. Then you got that whole like seasonings versus non-seasoning. Like, how do you like your food? And then the people in the comment section be like, oh, well, you know, I agree with so and so because this and that and this and that. And then it becomes like it creates more engagement. It's not the audience engaging with just me. It's the audience engaging with the camera person. So they have more interactivity with the whole situation, you know. And they could be up there like, well, you know, we we had this disagreement, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, they have a standpoint, I have a standpoint, right? So I think that would be pretty good. That would add another layer to the entertainment and all that stuff. Like you can see it within like people who like YouTubers who have people recording for them, like who shoots the video for them, who have cameramen, like Sam the cooking guy, right? He's in front of the camera, cooking, right? He's creating a specific dynamic for the videos, right? And then you have his son behind the camera, right? Who sometimes provide commentary on different viewpoints or ask questions or provides a second layer to it, right? So people are not only interacting with Sam, the cooking guy, they're also interacting with his son behind the camera or his wife who's sitting on the side or whatever, and it creates a different dynamic for that video, for the channel and for the content, right? So it's just not like, oh well, hey Sam, I like how you cook this and cook that. It's more so like, they could be like, hey, um, I agree with your son on this and whatever, like, and it could create like a whole dynamic view to it. But let me see. That I think that's pretty interesting. It's time for lunch though. It's time for lunch though. I'm gonna go ahead and finish up this order, and there we go. All right, everything is all good on that, and I'll just respond to this. Advise the ship date. Unless they sent like a new whatchamacallit. This let me go and get that order number. Boom. Working from home is so fun. Like you can just relax and work. PO has been processed. Has been processed. Oh no, actually no. It's been processed. Dayasa. There we go. All right. There we go. And it's time to so 43. But what we're gonna do here, we're gonna do this little chip challenge. Let's see. All right, yeah, so 34, 43. I mean to say. All right. Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Man, I need to get another white tea because this one this one is not working. Oh my gosh. Look at all these sodas, guys. I gotta put those in the recycling bin. Gotta put those in the recycling bin. There we go. But really quickly, I'm about to run to the bathroom right quick. And don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. we got the, let me see if this is actually, all right, there we go. All right, so it is. It's just backwards for me. But all right, guys, so this right here is the Taco Bell Fire flavored chips. I believe it's one of their sauces. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and eat these. And I guess the challenge says challenge accepted. What I'm gonna do, no water at all. Actually, let's do this. All right, so I'm gonna leave this water over here on the counter. And what I'm gonna do is, let me see. Oh, yeah. And I got my, let's see if that'll work. Yeah, I think. Got my other equipment over there. All right. Boom. All right, so I gotta get the chips right quick. And I gotta make sure I don't go over the time for lunch. The Taco Bell Fire Chip Challenge. Like I said, I'm pretty sure this one is gonna be a easy one because this one, you know, I don't think it's that hot. But let's go ahead and get into it. No drinks, no water, no soda, nothing. And then after I finish the bag of chips, it'll be 5 minutes with nothing to drink. So let's go ahead and get into this. First chip. All right. Look at that. Pretty good. So far, so good. No heat really. And hopefully, I don't know, maybe this will kind of like loosen up my sinuses or whatever. I think I remember where I got these from. I got these from Walmart. Oh, guys, I got something to show you just so I'm not like off screen or whatever. Not trying to cheat or anything like that. So on one of my other live streams, Jive had asked me about The Last of Us Part 2. Shout out to Jive because he's always in the live streams, or at least the late night live streams. But Jive, this for you right here. Hold on, let me turn this around right quick. This is for you, Jive. We're gonna be live streaming this soon. Probably, if I don't do the cooking, segment today. Then I will be live streaming The Last of Us Part 2 today. Big old handful. Like this, it's not hot at all. I'm not getting any heat. Like I can taste the savoriness of the chips, but I'm not getting much heat from this. I think this is like one of their less spicier sauces. I think they have Fire, Diablo, and maybe something else. I think they got 3 different sauces. They got the Fire, Diablo, and I think the Fire is more so of their hot sauce. Diablo is like a hotter hot sauce. Um, I can't remember. Like I haven't had Taco Bell in like a year or so. This is pretty easy. Pretty easy. Mm-mm. Look at that. You can kind of tell. You can kind of tell, like, for these chips, usually when you get like Doritos or something like that, you get like a real thick layer of the seasoning or the cheese or whatever. But for this, it's not much coming off. So, just a little bit. Mm-mm. Give you another shot of that. Mm-mm. Ooh, I tell you, I really haven't been feeling good today, but I'm trying to boost my I'm trying to boost my energy, right? Like there are times where I get real, like yesterday, I don't know what it was. After I got off of work, I was just tired as hell. Like I went to my room, I laid down, and usually I don't do that, right? Usually, like after work, I'll be up, I'll be moving around, I'll be exercising. I did get my exercise in yesterday. Um, even though even though after the party I ate way too much, and I went from 194. So I did like I got down to 187, and then I did this little McDonald's challenge, the $3,500 McDonald's challenge that was on Twitter. I did that, and then I jumped back up. I gained like 10 pounds that day. I gained 10 pounds that day. And so I went from 187 to 197, and then I dropped down to 194. And then today, when I weighed myself, I drank a whole lot of sodas, as you saw. And then I made um, this really big egg patty, and it's weird, but I'll have a video for it later on. I'll probably do like a little live cooking segment, and show you guys what I mean by the big egg patty. But I made one last night, and I went from I think I was 197 yesterday, and when I weighed myself this morning, I was about 199. But so far, I have not got over 200. Knock on wood. I haven't broke the 200 mark yet. I'm still in the 190s, and I'm trying to get back down to 187, so I can start making progress again. But I've been working out and doing exercises and stuff like that, um, pretty much every single day. But yeah. Mm. But yeah, yesterday, I ended up like laying down for a little bit because I felt real drained. Mm. And usually I don't feel drained. I'll be up and moving around, but yesterday I don't know what it was, but I just felt like really drained. I laid down, and I started to doze off and fall asleep, and I was like, nah, because that's gonna mess up my sleep schedule. And plus, if I fall asleep, I won't be able to get to my exercises. So I ended up getting up, doing my exercises, walking around the house, and I was in a daze. I was in a daze, like it was like I was like my mind was fogged up, right? Like I was walking around aimlessly, and think I couldn't think right. Like it felt like my head was a little foggy. So today, like all day today, I've just been feeling like real fogged. So that's why I did this live stream. Like I was originally thinking like I'll do the live stream. Like I kept pushing it off. I was like, I'll do the live stream later on today. And then I started thinking to myself, if I start pushing stuff off like that, then it'll become a habit, and then I'll end up being inconsistent with my uploads again. So, and I don't want to do that. In a sense, I did force myself to. I put that off screen. Sorry, guys. Nothing on the floor or anything like that. So, nothing on the floor or anything like that. I'm not cheating. Not cheating at all. But Um, but I don't want to be inconsistent with my uploads. I'm trying to make sure that I at least follow my schedule and be on point every time. You know what I'm saying? So, um, in a sense, I forced myself to do this live stream, but I feel pretty good about it. So, mm-mm. Mm-mm. Yeah, this is pretty easy. As you can see, just got like a little corner. Mm-mm. Mm. All gone. All gone. Bam. All right. Now to start the 5-minute timer, which I'm pretty sure is going to be easy. 5. And you know what we'll do? We'll even give it an extra 5 seconds. Boom. But there we go. But once that timer goes off, challenge completed. Hey, this was pretty easy. Like, for me, honestly, there was no heat to this at all. Like, I can feel a little heat, but not too much. It's like a little tingle. That's about it. But this, not that much heat, a lot of flavor. I can say a lot of flavor, but no heat. Challenge accepted. And after this 5 minutes is up, challenge completed. And I got 10 minutes left in my lunch time. So, and then it'll be back to work. Let's do this, right? I'm gonna throw this away right quick, right? Oh shoot! As you can see, the water is still over there, and I had to wait till that pan cooled off after making breakfast. But once that's all complete, we good. I want to show you guys this. Actually, I might wait on that. All right. Boom. All right. Oh. I'm trying to. I think that looks pretty cool. Be like, what's good? You know what I'm saying? I like that. And this right here, boom. It's a lot of headspace though. There we go. All right, boom. I'm in my storage room right now. If you guys don't know where I'm at, but I'm just working some things out. I had just got this little table right here. So what I might do is start doing like some unboxings and reviews in here. But I also had to come in here and get this chair because my exercises require this chair. And I probably will do some before I get back to work. So, all right, so I'll just put these, and I got all this stuff. I got all this stuff from the party in my room, in my office, so to say. Like you can see all of this stuff right here, over here, like the little pink, blue, red chair, the tables over here, and then the that little tent over here, and then also the deep fryer that we had, the coolers, and then that's the little chemical spray that I had that I was spraying that I think I got in my nose, and then this stuff over here is pretty much mine. But all this has to go. This has to go. These tables, that tent, everything has to go. I'm just waiting on my mom to actually get somebody to come pick it up because I pretty much don't have I don't have space for it. Well, I have space for it, but shoot. I have space for it, but all right, so that's 5 minutes up. Challenge complete. And we even gave it an extra 5 seconds. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. All right. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just go ahead and get back to work. I still got like 4 minutes. I got 4 minutes. What can I do in 4 minutes? I can probably do my push-ups. My push-ups. And you know what? Let's do it like this, right? I got this chair for the main purpose. Let's turn this around. I got this chair for the main purpose, not to sit here, but to do this exercise, right? All right, so I'm gonna come down here. I probably gotta take off my. All right, so I got until 12:43, but put my feet up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 1, 17, 19, 20, 21, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Okay. Okay. Oh shit. All right, 30. What if? All right. Okay. And then I usually do this backwards, or I usually do this on the last rep, or I space these out. So on here, I got like a minute, and we're gonna time this. We're gonna plank. And I usually do this after my sit-ups.
mainly because it gives my arms time to recover. But this helps the core, also does the shoulders, and I think the chest too, but probably not. But the arms, the core, and that's about it. 30 seconds left. Actually, no. 18. 10. 7. My nose running. Whew. Okay. Dismiss. And then I usually do my sit-ups. So I do generally first, I'll do, let me go ahead and log back in. Log back in. There we go. Oh man, my nose is now running. Jeez. Okay. Sorry guys, this is gonna be disgusting, but I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Oh man. That's the good thing about my exercises, and I guess those chips. When you eat spicy stuff, your sinuses clear up. And also when you work out, your blood starts to flow, starts to pump a little bit more. And boom. Oh shoot. But your blood starts to pump a little bit more, and you know, that opens up your sinuses too. So okay. But just so you guys can see this, right? Don't worry about me, because you see this right here, big ass thing of hand sanitizer. Use this for my party, and everybody had a whole lot of hand sanitizer that they could use. Nobody went without. Everybody had on masks, so it was safe, of course. And I told everybody, I said, listen, this party, we want to be as safe as possible. We want to protect our health. We want to protect everybody else's health. And I had about like, probably about like, at one time, the most, probably 17 or 18 people at the most, but we was all spaced out. Like the way that I set up the tables and the way that I set up the chairs, everybody was at least 5 to 6 feet apart. Now I know it's 6 feet that people are supposed to be standing from each other, but everybody had on masks. So if they were 5 to 6 feet, then it should have been fine, right? Everybody was safe. Hand sanitizer was on there. We had certain people serving the food, so nobody was really around the food that much. It was just like the people who was serving the food. So that's about it. And then as far as like the drinks and stuff like that, again, we had like the servers serving it, and then of course people brought their own beer, people brought their own drinks and stuff like that. I made I made um some Moscato punch. I call it Moscato punch because it's just like the jungle juice, but the alcohol that it had was pretty much Moscato. And then I made a Everclear punch, and the Everclear punch got gone like a mug, like for real. Like when I put it out there, I put it in the coolers with my drinks because I had a cooler for my drinks, and then there was like two other coolers, and then um, in my cooler we had the punches, so the punch drinks, the Moscato punch and the Everclear punch, and then when people wanted some, I just took it out the cooler. It has like the nozzle on it, so all you got to do is like flip the nozzle up and it'll um, pour it in a cup or whatever. I had that, and then that was pretty cool. But the Moscato punch, I think that really didn't get gone. Like I still got some of that in my refrigerator, even though it's a little watered down because the container had tipped over to the side, and the seal is not that great. I got it from like Walmart for probably about like $2. Um, but it's like a little jar, one of those airtight seal jars or whatever. Um, and I had it in there, and pretty much it turned over to the side, and some water started to get inside of the Moscato punch, so it watered it down a little bit. But people said that um, it was good. Like this was like later on in the after the party is when it had tipped over in the cooler. But during the party, it was standing straight up because the ice was holding it up. But everybody was like, the Moscato punch that tastes good. Like my brother, he was like my oldest brother. He was like, man, I don't want no Moscato punch. That's for women. That's for girls. The whole purpose of the Moscato punch was for it to be is to give people an alternate version. Like you got we had water and soda, we had beer, we had wine, we had liquor, um, and the water and soda was for people who don't drink alcohol, of course. That really didn't get going because everybody pretty much drunk alcohol the whole time. We had beer. The beer got going pretty quickly. The wine literally did not get going for the main fact that I didn't even have it outside. Like I didn't even have it out at the party. You know what I'm saying? The only wine that people really drunk was the Moscato Punch, um, and that I used pretty much like over three-quarters of the bottle for that Moscato Punch. Um, and then the Everclear Punch, I only used like I think it was a pint of the Everclear 151. If you watch the liquor arsenal for the Myrtle Beach Hall, when I was taking the shot for every like that I got, which I might do again. I might I might do that again, but then again, like that has to be on a Saturday or a Friday or something like that. But the Everclear punch, like after people tried the Moscato punch, they were like, okay, let me try the Everclear punch. And so when that was cold, like literally that hit the ice for probably about like 5 minutes. And then once one person tried it, they literally set it on the table, um, like where everybody was, and everybody was just getting some. And then I ended up putting it back in the cooler when it was halfway gone, just so it can stay cold. And then people just kept asking for it. So I was just like, well, dang. And then like literally at the not even halfway through the party, the Everclear punch was pretty much gone. Like I literally had to um get some tongs to get the fruit out to put in the cup because it was fruit in there also. And then I had to pour the rest of it in there, pour the rest of it in the cup, and it was like a quarter of a cup left, which was that was crazy. I was like, I only got like the test taste cup, and that was like probably a quarter of a cup. And that's pretty much all I had of the Everclear Punch. I mean, it was good, but I was the host, so I couldn't really drink like that. So I was just running around making sure everybody was straight, hosting a party. It was fun. We had music, we had a fan, we had tables. All the tables were spaced out. Um, we had people cooking the food. Well, we had one person cooking the food. We had fried some fish, we had chicken, we had pork chops, we had um, Mexican street corn, we had um, fried chicken, fried pork chops, grilled pork chops. We had ribs. We had fish. I said fish already. Um, Hamburgers, hot dogs, uh, just a whole bunch of stuff. Just a whole bunch of stuff. We had coleslaw, potato salad, baked beans. Um, we had chili, but it was frozen. And I think that was everything. Like we had a crap ton of food, but everybody got some food. Everybody had take home plates. None of the food ran out. Like all the drinks, we didn't even have to run to the store. We only went to the store. Me and my friend Reggie. We went to the store to get some more Modelo's because those got going really quickly. So um, yeah, so that's the only time we had to go to the store was just for like a 12 pack of Modelo, and that was basically about it. But everybody had a good time. Everybody said they enjoyed themselves. It was a good break from everything that was going on. Everybody was safe. Everybody got temperature checked at the driveway. Like they were literally in the street, and I had to stop people. I was like, "Hey, before you come in the driveway, got to do the temperature check right quick." So we did the temperature check before people came in. We made sure that nobody had any type of flu-like symptoms or a high temperature, and everybody had on masks. I told everybody to have on a mask. It's required to have on a mask. Of course, you can't have on a mask when you eat and drink, but when you're talking to people and you're in close proximity to people, just have on your mask. Everybody complied, so that's all good, and everybody had a good time. Everybody had a good time. I had a good time. I was like, "Yo, this this is crazy. This is crazy." Like the whole setup, I was like, "Yo, if I remember when I was younger, right? I remember when I was younger, when like before my grandmother died, before my grandmother passed away. This was She passed away in 1999, September 27th, 1999. And like I remember growing up. I remember growing up and my grandma, she had a big ass backyard. Like it was a big backyard. It was on a slope, but it was a big backyard, like bigger than mine, bigger than my backyard. I think it was like my front yard, probably my front yard and backyard put together. That's how big it was. It was big. But I remember that every weekend for a long time, for every weekend, I think it's when she retired, but every single weekend, every single Friday, she would have a cookout. Every single Friday, never failed. Every single Friday, she had a cookout. She invited the whole family. Everybody was there. All the grown-ups was there. They had a little section for kids. Well, the kids were pretty much either on the inside or out in the backyard um, if there was a space for the kids. Like, the kids could play and everything like that. They just couldn't be in the grown-up's face and everything like that. But I remember when we were younger, we had a cookout. She had a cookout every single Friday, every single weekend. And it would just be a whole bunch of food, hamburgers, hot dogs, chicken, fish, just crazy. Tables set up. If it was real hot or during the summertime, she would have like tents up, but mostly she would have like these sage, shade trees. Like most of the backyard, most of the back of the backyard was like covered in tree. Like the trees would create shade, right? And it was only like maybe a little bit in the front of the back of the house, in the front of the back of the house. So like near the front part of the backyard, closer to the house, that's where the sun would be, and then a little bit back towards the back of the backyard, or like more so towards the middle in the back of the backyard, it would be shaded by the trees and stuff like that. And like sometimes she would have up tents and stuff like that if it was too hot, or if it was raining, or if it was a chance of rain. She would put up tents and stuff like that. But I remember that, and I just think back like we 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 used to have a good time every single weekend. Me and my brothers, my mom, we would just go, and we would go to my grandma's house like every single weekend. We would actually go, me and my brothers, we would go to her house like pretty much every day after school until my mom got off work. Which that happened for probably about like quite a bit, quite a bit. Yeah, it was a long time though. I think for like a year. I think my mom had two jobs at that point in time. Um, like I think she worked at Wendy's at one point in time. I remember that because one day it was like raining. It was raining, and then like literally maybe like down the street from the Wendy's, like we saw a lightning strike hit the ground, and we went after we left the job, or after we left the Wendy's. It was like sunny and everything like that. We went over, and it was like a big gigantic lightning strike on the ground. I remember that. I was like, "Cute, gracious, that's crazy." As look, I want to look. You can only imagine like how scared we was, but we thought it was pretty cool to see that. Um, I wish we could have got like a picture of it though. But back then we didn't have like cell phones or whatever. Back then, I'm talking like I'm old as hell. But like there was cell phones and stuff like that, but we didn't have a cell phone as kids. So we would always be outside playing, and if we needed to talk to somebody, our friends literally live right across the street from us, so we didn't even have to worry about anything. We just walked across the street, and we was good. So, but yeah, reminiscing on the old times, reminiscing on the good times. Yeah, look, but mm-mm. If you guys are enjoying the stream, if you guys are enjoying the long live stream, this one is a long one. This is like the longest live stream I ever did. Um, this is crazy. Oh my gosh. I've been streaming for like 4 hours. Yo. I've been streaming for like 4 hours. That is crazy, bro. But but yeah, I'm not completely sure like what else there is to talk about. I think I'm gonna just go ahead and end this live stream here. I'm gonna try and get ready for the live stream. Hopefully, um, I know generally when I go outside, the stream starts to lag a little bit, and hopefully that does not happen for the cooking segment that I have going on later on today. But um, yeah, I am going to end it right here. Make sure you slap a like on the live stream if you enjoyed it. It helps with the YouTube algorithm, and it helps support the channel. Make sure you subscribe for more content. More content is coming soon. And make sure you turn on those post notifications so you don't miss out on any other videos that I got coming out, or the live stream that I have coming out this afternoon. Um, Again, if you want to support the channel, we have different links in the description. I'm going to go through them really quickly, just one more time, just in case you missed the first time I went through it. We have a new merch store, Teespring merch store. We got the exotic rarities. We have different designs. If you guys have not seen the Regal Collection shirt or mask that I had showed off on on my previous live stream, we have that design also. We got the Regal shirt. We got the pillow, one-sided pillow. So the design is on one side of the pillow. The other side is like pretty much white. So it's like a throw pillow that you can get in different sizes. We got the leggings for women. We have the mask, so you can walk around stylish and everything with the Regal mask on. We have the exotic rarities merch, which that will stay up. And we have other designs up there too. I have a brand new design called the Mystic design. You can go out there on my Teespring store. If you click the link in the description, you'll be able to see that. So we got all types of stuff up there. But make sure you check that out. If you want to buy some merch, then we very much appreciate that. We also have 2 direct donation links, one through PayPal, one through Cash App. So if you want to directly donate to us, I say us, but if you want to donate to the channel and help out with quality of content or production value or equipment, then you can do that. Not mandatory, but it's very much appreciated. We have 3 affiliate links in the description. One that's for Robinhood. If you sign up via my link, you will get a free stock, and I will get a free stock that is worth a value of up to $500. And yeah, that's just sign up. I don't think you have to deposit anything into your account. You just have to sign up via my link. We have Uber Eats. Once you sign up for a new account, with my link, you'll get a free $7 off of your first order. And then for the Cash App, if you sign up via Cash App for a new account via my link, you will get a free $5. So make sure you go ahead and check those out if you're interested. And like I said, all of these support options are not mandatory, but it's very much appreciated if you choose to go ahead and support us via those options. But that's basically about it. Don't forget to be brilliant. Stay inspired. You guys know what it is. Yes, you know what it is. And if you stuck around to the end of this live stream, you are the elite. Thank you very much. I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. Pretty good live stream. Long one, though. All right, guys. Have a good one.